Hello, alright, let's talk about ridiculous, this ridiculously stupid Steam lawsuit. Let's talk about it. Um, really mainly the main gist of what I gather from this is that basically somebody's claiming to sue Steam because they're supposedly ripping people off for, you know, how much they're charging or something like that. So, let me tell you again, just in a single statement, how stupid this is. Because, again, that is literally how Steam is doing so well. I mean, yes, yes, Valve, but no, like the whole point is everybody loves Steam and the competitors hate them because they do offer games so cheaply. Like, it's just absurd to think that. It really is. It's completely absurd to think that they're ripping anybody off. I'll tell you from a first-hand account that I I personally have gotten so many deals and so many games inexpensive from Steam, like because of sales. So typically I don't do this, but we're gonna do a little bit of this because, and part of the reason I don't do this is because the competitors are so ticked, like Epic Games and all of them. They get ticked at how cheaply Steam can actually sell games. So again, I don't know who's sitting here trying to claim anybody's ripping anybody off. But you know, again, we can look at it, we can research it a little bit, but again, that's my understanding of it. And again, I will tell you firsthand account. I got Dark Souls 3 for $5. That's just one example. Dark Souls 3 for $5. Right now, that game is $60. And it's worth it. People will pay that because it's a good game. When you have PCs and stuff like that, there's all these things that need updated and regular patching and stuff like that. So it's just different. It's just different. Everybody has something different. You know, not everybody is gonna have the same, you know, setup. Obviously, you have a console that they know what that is. They know what's in there. So hold on, let me just put something here really quick. Yeah, unfair prices. As of early to 2026, Valve is facing major high-stakes antitrust legal actions in both the UK and the US, primarily focused on claims that its 30% commission fee and price parity. I'm not familiar with that term. Hold on. Oh, okay. Just consistent product pricing. It's just a standard. Um, Rules violate competition law, forcing consumers to pay higher prices for PC games. In January 2026, a UK tribunal allowed a massive $900 million plus collective action lawsuit to proceed. So basically a $1 billion lawsuit. This is so stupid. Alright, so again, look. Steam is doing so well because people like it for this reason. This is having fair pricing. Look, let me tell you something. Dark Souls 3 is worth $60. People will pay that for it. But I didn't. I got it for $5. $5. Not 60. You have to pay attention to the sales. And again, I really will stick up for Steam here and say that whoever's doing this doesn't even use Steam. Because if they did, they would know these things. There is not a single PC Steam player that would agree with this. I really don't think that any unless they're paid off or not in the right mind. Because again, nobody cares about Dark Souls 3 being $60. It's worth that. But everything else, like for example, if I go to the store right now, Helldivers 3, or I'm sorry, 2, 3. Helldivers 2 is literally $30. And it's supposed to be $40. It's on sale. Green Hell right now is 90% off. It's $2.49 and it's normally $24.99. $2.49 for a game that's $24.99. There's a game on here called We the Revolution from 2019, normally priced only $19.99. That's not that bad. This is 75% off right now, and this thing is $4.99. It's $5. They're good about this. Recent reviews mixed. Yeah, so maybe they're putting it on sale. Holy shit! Actually, there's a bundle where you can get 2 games, and both is a $40 value, $40.48, and you can get it for $9.88. 2 games. This is actually what a lot of what I do, and what people I think don't see. When you use Steam and you go to these games, you'll see bundles and stuff, and get 2 games for $9.88. And both of them would have been 48. And then this other game actually looks really good. Yeah, very, very good reviews. Nothing mixed on this one. This one's good reviews. And so that's bundled with this. Bundle a good game with the one getting mixed. Maybe you'll think differently. Maybe. You see what they're like. The whole point is that clearly it's not a bad game. It's just some people aren't liking it. So they're just trying to discount, maybe get more people to buy it that would actually like it. This is good. The whole point is this is community. This is what this is. And again, this other game on here, Heads Will Roll Reforged is what it's called. $24.99 is on sale for $5.99. That's insane. And people are saying that they're charging too much. No. Completely unfounded. Again, Helldivers 2, $40. Like, yeah, if you like, I know Nioh 3 finally came out. Go check that out. Koei Tecmo released Nioh 3. Oh my god, it looks amazing. Now, I'll admit that's $70, but it's a new game. That has nothing to do with Steam. They're charging that price because that's the set price that developer, that publisher wants at release. If they can do a sale, they'll do a sale. It's the same thing for console games when they release them in the store. They will do that. Now, the nice thing about Steam, and that's the point, is they can do these sales and stuff like that. And others can't really necessarily get away with that. So if you know about this stuff, you really can get stuff cheaper and whatnot. I'm trying to think of another good example. I think Code Vein was another example. So Code Vein was another game I didn't pay full price for. Let's go see how much that is. Code Vein's $60. Yeah. So Code Vein is $60, highly rated product. Even I recommended it. I was the person where I said, for me personally, I just didn't like I didn't continue it past a certain point. But not because it was bad or anything. It's just a personal thing. I just wanted to play other things. And I recommended it. Um, it's a really good game. Again, it's $60. I'm pretty sure some top streamers are recommending this too. I think Asmund himself recommended this game too. I'm pretty sure. Um, so it's worth $60. It holds its own. That sort of reputation. And I think I got this game I think this was another game I got for $5. $5. Five. 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 $5. And you're claiming that it's too much. Again, these are people that don't use Steam. They're stupid. They're doing this based on other people having problems and like a bunch of, again, I saw somebody said something about how it's like angry Karens or something like that. It really does seem like it's just a bunch of really angry moms and stuff that don't understand how this stuff works. Maybe. And they you know what I mean? Like, where they could look at the sales and stuff like that, but they're not. I know personally, I tell friends and family, look, Steam, Steam gifts, like Steam gifts, or get me Steam Cash, because, like Christmas time, because there's always sales. There's tons of sales. And you can walk out of there, somebody will get you a $50, $60 gift card, you walk out of there with 4 or 5 games around Christmas time for $50, $60. And these are like decent new games. And you're trying to say Steam's ripping people off. It's just dumb. It's completely unfounded. Steam, wholly aside from the fact, again, that Steam as a client is like pretty much like perfection. Like, you doesn't get any better than that. Epic has really tried to match their quality, but they fall short. Seriously. And even their store is laughable in comparison. Steam is the only store where you can go there, and at any given time, I will literally click something and see hundreds of thousands of views from real people. Not developers, not people invested in the product. Real people. Either smearing it or not smearing it. And there's where you'll get your real honest answer. So, I don't know. I would almost want to think this is like somebody's paying these people off. Like, who cares? What, are you trying to get a bunch of money or something? It's completely unfounded. I just don't even understand it. Where is it even coming from? Nobody that uses Steam and nobody that did even the smallest ounce of research would believe this or think it's true. Nobody. I'd go sit here and go on the Xbox store and find full price games. I'd go sit here and go on the Epic Games store and find just the same exact games, probably for more. And I mean, you pay for your little membership or something like that, just like Game Pass, or just like PlayStation Plus. You get discounts because you have a membership now. That's it. So people just pay for that and they don't think about it. You're getting a discount because you're paying? Steam doesn't do that. Billion-dollar lawsuit. This might make cheap games go away for a while. This is crazy. And again, unfounded. And again, you could find so many gamers, so many PC gamers that hate this, do not agree with this ridiculous nonsense. With somebody actually suing Steam, trying to claim that... No, Steam is the opposite of that. Again, I have gotten games on here for way cheaper than I should. Seriously, Dark Souls 3 is worth more than $5. Yet I was able to get Dark Souls 3 for $5. You tell me, and you know, there's plenty of examples on here right now. If I just literally scroll through the games, there are so many sales, as there always are. So this is a game I talked about before too. It's an auto battler, but I mean some people like auto battlers. I think this is pretty much the best one out there though. The Bazaar. I really would highly recommend that one. It's actually on sale for $10 right now. It's normally $20. And then there's like some expansions. There's an expansion on sale too for that. So you could potentially actually get the game and an expansion for the normal price of the game. And, you know, walk away on top with that one. So that's the Bazaar. We're definitely having some interference with the bitrate. We're definitely having somebody controlling my trending right now. Very maliciously. You know, we're getting some trending here because I was talking about this. So, somebody's just, screwing around with my internet here. I'm just documenting that. You can go through, like, there's times where you can get, like, an entire developer's set of games, because it'll be on sale or something like that, and you walk away with, like, the whole thing from the developer or something like that. I've definitely done stuff like that, where, you know, I've gotten an entire developer's set of games for like $5, and it was like 10 or 12 games, and some of them were less than $1. They were like 50 cents or something like that. And like they're just cute little platformers or something like that, but sometimes they're fun. You know, you complete them in a couple hours. Yeah, all right, 50 cents. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's cool, right? I think that's fucking cool, man. And you're trying to sue Steam. You're trying to claim that they charged too. I mean, this is absurd. I already said that I got Dark Souls 3 for $5. That's insane. You guys remember when we played Escape from Duckov? Why are people giving that mixed reviews? That's dumb. I like that game. You're dumb. That's a great game. Escape from Duckov, that thing's only $18. It's not that bad. It is not bad at all. That has really pleasant graphics too. Really, really pleasant graphics, customizations. Like build your own sort of like base that you go back to. I mean, like, you know, it's it's you know what it's based on. And that one's cheap. So I think I got, so you guys know I have, we got Sackboy on here too. I may have gotten that on sale too. I'm not 100% on that one. But that one, that one's another example of a game where you can see, all right, so this is very obviously PlayStation. We know this is PlayStation. Okay, so Sackboy, that's Little Big Planet. That's, that's that. That's what that is. And so when this is, this was released 2022, a few years back, and it's still $60. Come on, it's not anybody but PlayStation. So the competitor is causing the prices to go up. It has nothing to do with PC or Steam, especially not Steam. Let me see here. If anything, the more PC oriented you get, the cheaper it gets. Like for example, how many times do you see a game that's not a port? They didn't have to port it. And it's like, it's got Vulkan support, it runs great, something like that. And now it's $40 instead of the normal 60. Or maybe 50. Right? Yeah, there's times where that happens. So, it's not PC. It's not Steam. Holy cow! Ho! Here we go. Yeah. Steam's charging too much, huh? Steam's charging too much? Yeah, okay. Doom the Dark Ages. You guys know I gave that if I could give that a 12 out of 10, I would. Like, man, it doesn't get much better than that. So utter perfection. Like, literal utter perfection of a game. Doom the Dark Ages. So normally it's $70 because that's a new game that just came out last May. That is a new game. That's new. That is 67% off right now. That is $23.09. Holy shit! What are you trying to pull? Doom the Dark Ages. I gave this a 12 out of 10. This game, blew my freaking mind. You guys know I grew up with stuff like this. I played the original Doom. I grew up playing Doom, Duke Nukem 3D, Wolfenstein 3D, the original first-person shooters. I grew up playing this stuff. Doom the Dark Ages was a round of applause. Brilliant. And it's $23.09 on Steam right now. Marked down from 70. And if you want premium edition, it's only $33. Yeah, for $10 more, you get the premium. Holy shit! Holy shit! Awards, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 5 out of 10, or I'm sorry, 5 out of 5, 9 out of 10, 4.8 out of 5, 9.5 out of 10, 5 out of 5, 9.5 out of 10, 95 out of 100, 10 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. This is what all these awards say. Screen Rant, the achievements... Game Spew? Some of these are hard to read. They're just really small. IGN gave it a 9. Saving content. Newsweek gave it a 9. Who actually gave it a 10? Some of these I don't know. Screen Rant gave it a 10. I gave it a 10. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing to say about it. There's nothing. What can you say? Except it's amazing. Cuphead. You guys know Cuphead. Everybody loves Cuphead. Okay? Cuphead is on Steam. Everybody loves Cuphead. Arguably considered one of the hardest games, if not the hardest game ever, right? legendary game, came out to 2017. Hand drawn stop motion animation style graphics, like seriously amazing stuff. Um, yeah, it even says again inspired by the cartoons of the 1930s, and trust me, it is. It's amazing. All overwhelmingly positive, even recent reviews. Everybody loves it. I love it. It's great. $20. This game is $20. 20. Never mind the fact that you guys know Vampire Survivors, like that started on Steam too, and that became legendary, and even that's still only $5, and that became completely legendary too. That's on Game Pass now. That moved to console as well, and that started on Steam too, and it was like I think it started at like 3 or something like that in early access, and then they only bumped it up a few for the full release for all the work they put in. Like, just the amount of stuff in that game for what you get, it's insane. So, that's a lot of what I do here. Like, a lot of what I do is playing some like, the stuff that's, like, sort of cheaper. That game that I tried to play the other day, where the moment that I started the stream, it looked really fucking cool, and then we just had interference the moment I started the stream. Yeah, that game's amazing. Everybody loves it. It's getting good reviews. That's only $15 on here. That thing's amazing, and that's getting great reviews. Let's see. That Gauntlet game that I was playing, that sort of Gauntlet remake, that goes on sale too, but that's only $20 normally. It's not like a full price, like $60. Like, no, it's $20. Most of these roguelikes that I play are cheaper too. Like, alright, so you guys remember that Yet Another Zombie Survivors? That's really good. I play that sometimes, really freaking good, right? You guys know that, right? $15. That's it. $15. That ain't bad. $15. That's a really, really, really freaking good roguelike. That's that zombie roguelike that I play. It's still in early access too, so they're just adding crap all the time. And that's it. You love early access for that. You just add stuff all the time, and it maintains that price point. And then once it's finally full release, yeah, you might get an adjustment, but not you. You have the game now. You gotta love Steam for that. And so just to claim, like, it's just completely unfounded to sit here and try to say that they're overcharging. Again, this is something I've been sitting on, and I haven't told anybody. So maybe I should just tell you now. I sit on these things. I don't tell people anything. Should I? Alright. For the sake of Steam. I'm going to reveal something that I wasn't going to reveal, because this has been requested. We've had some requested content, and I've very carefully not said anything about it. I've sat here. I haven't played it yet, but I've been sitting on it. And people have wanted me to play it, they've mentioned it, and I kept an eye out. And so the whole point was that a while back I grabbed this stuff when it was really cheap, it was on sale, because that's what Steam does. So, yeah. And you guys know I love Koei Tecmo. So again, because I grabbed these in a sale. There was like a sale, and I think I got it. It was so cheap. I may have gotten them both for the price of what I would normally get one, maybe. I think that's what it was. Two for the price of one. I think that's what it was. I have again, and I have been sitting on this, and I don't normally do this, so I'm doing this for the sake of Steam. I have Neo 1 and 2. They're just sitting there. I haven't played them, but yeah, because they're on sale, and somebody was requesting. It was something that I knew I wanted to play anyway. So a while back, again, that's the point. I do this stuff, and a while back, I was keeping an eye on that, and they're just sitting there. They're literally just sitting there. And again, the whole point was they were really cheap, so I grabbed them. And these games are both $60 right now, a piece. And because Neo 3 is a new game. And again, Koei Tecmo. You guys know I love Koei Tecmo. I love Koei Tecmo. Love them. They just they have a magic about what they can do. But not to just stop there. You guys know. Where is it? Because you can get like Dynasty Warriors on here and stuff too. And those are on sale a lot. Hold on. So Dynasty Warriors Origins, that's the big one oh, I'm sorry, it is out. My fault. See that one looks really good. That's the new one. Dynasty Warriors Origins. Now that one is $70, but again, that's the price point they want. It's a new game. Oh, does it look good? Damn, does it look good? Yeah, Dynasty Warriors. There we go. Oh, that one's not out yet. So they're gonna release Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered coming sometime this year. Planned release 2026. So that one's coming sometime this year. I'm keeping an eye on that. But like, you just have to realize sometimes these things are set price points and it's not Steam. Trust me, they have the sales. They want those sales. Yeah, so none of those are really on sale at the moment, actually. But that is something. I think I have some. Hold on, I have some. I have 7, and I definitely got that like not at full price. It's $20. Yeah, it's $20. That's more than reasonable. Dynasty Warriors 7 for $20 in working condition. Because again, like these are older games that they're getting to work again. Like they have to patch this stuff. They gotta. So again, I can't even argue with that. The fact that you can even play it and it's only $20. I just can't even argue with that. So that's probably that was probably my thought too behind that. Oh, here we go. Here's a good example. Here we go. Hold on. Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed is a phenomenal example. You can get Assassin's Creed Rogue, a game that is lost to, I think that was PS3, right? A game that is lost in time, and it is amazing. This was one of the best Assassin's Creeds, period. And you can get this for $20 on Steam. And it plays great. People agree, highly reviewed, probably runs great because it's Steam. $20. $20. That's normal price. It's not on sale. It's normal. It's normal price. You can get the entire Assassin's Creed collection. Here, let's look through this. Now, this is going to seem like a high price, but let me tell you, like, this is insane. That is actually really good. So this whole thing, like, if you bought the whole thing, it would be Unity, Assassin's Creed Unity, Assassin's Creed Rogue, Syndicate, Black Flag, the original, but the original director's cut. The second one, the third one remastered. You get Freedom Cry, you get Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, Brotherhood, Revelations, Liberation HD, Mirage, and Shadows. And all that's $418. So for $418, you get all these games. But individually, a lot of them are about $20. Like some of these originals, Rogue, Syndicate's $30. I don't recommend that one. The original director's cut, the original one being $20, that's a damn good deal. Freedom Cry actually isn't bad, and that's $15. Odyssey. Odyssey's the one. Odyssey is so amazing. Now that one's still $60. But that, like, these things go on sale. That's my point. You can get these things on sale. So, like, again, it's probably just a developer set price. For example, the new one, Shadows, is still $70. So, you know, that game that you guys saw me play, what's it called? Maniac, yeah. That game that you guys saw me play, Maniac, that's like the top-down sort of GTA style sort of shooter. It's like an action roguelike sort of, but like, you know, GTA style. That freaking game is $5 normally. That's it. It is on sale right now for $3.49. Yep. $3.50. That's it. It's like, I wonder how much people think these games cost, you know, that that people are playing on Steam and stuff like that. It's like, no, that half the time, seriously, like, a lot of the time, these things are just $5. Megabunk. There you go, Megabunk. You guys know I was actually the first one playing that. You guys know. $10. $10. Before everybody else made it popular. $10. And that's good. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I really was, like, pretty much first on that. $10. That's a new one too. That just came out in September. That's it. Just came out in September. $10 for Megabot. That game everybody's been talking about. Yep, $10. That's it. You know that game I play called Northgard? That RTS I play called Northgard? It's actually pretty reasonable. It's only $34.99. The expansions are only $5 a piece. So each expansion is like a clan. You get a new clan that you can use. It's pretty cool. It's only $5 a piece. I think that's really reasonable. That's a really nice. I really like that. I really like that. That's a really nice RTS. we've talked about the meddling with some games, and that's definitely one of them. There's people meddling with that, but other than the meddling, that's a really good game. Um, you guys know I've played Halls of Torment. You guys know that. You guys know I love Halls of Torment. Love that game. Such a good game. It. This is like the coziest action roguelike that you could play. Period. I think. Like pretty much. Halls of Torment. Like I know it doesn't seem like it should be, but it is. No, it's nice and cozy. It's a really nice rainy day game. $6.66. That's it. Yep. Yep. About with tax and everything, you know, about $7 probably. It's not bad. $7 or $8. It's not bad. Not at all. Not at all. $6.66 normally. That is such a good price. You guys know that game I talked about before that I particularly liked. I thought it was a good action roguelike. I know some other people had strong opinions of that. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. You guys know I talked about a Tower of Babel. $10. That thing is only $10. $10. That's it. Ah, yes, here's a great one. This is actually pretty new, too. This is a great example. Do you remember when we played Bears in Space? You guys remember when we played Bears in Space? Remember that? Do you remember Bears in Space? We played Bears in Space. Do you remember? Really funny game. Really fun game, too. Ran great. $20. $20 normally. $20. $20. 20. That's it. For this the whole thing. So, single player action adventure first person shooter. And lots of really fun stuff in that game where it's not just, you know, a shooter. There's like other stuff to do throughout the maps and stuff like that. Other fun stuff to you know, like other objectives, I should say. Really fun. Really good game, and it's only $20. We played that on the channel. We streamed that. Bears in Space. $20. So you guys know I've praised this before, as I've praised other Warhammer stuff, but this in particular, Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun. Bolt Gun is such a good FPS. It's probably a 10. I mean, I'm not. I'll admit I need to finish it. I do need to finish the main story to properly rate it, but I'm very inclined to give it about a 10. At least very close to that. $22, $21.99. Bolt Gun is only $22. Bolt Gun. A full game, like just this full, and again, it's long enough that I've played it on stream multiple times for hours, and I still have not finished the main story. You know, it is very much that Doom inspired, you know, is very much like, you know, that old school sort of, you know, people call them boomer shooters now. It is inspired by that for sure, and it's very good. $22 for Bolt Gun, and that's Warhammer 40,000. It is. It's a Warhammer 40,000. So it's an FPS based on that. You can do the pixel graphics, or you can actually make it nice and clean. You can turn all that off, and you can make it look really kind of nice and clean and stuff. And it does. It looks really nice. So you can do either or for that one, and it's a great game. It really is. $22. 22. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. You guys know this is a roguelike, an action roguelike. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. You guys know this is an action roguelike that not just I have played, but other streamers have played as well, and has gotten very good reviews. Very, very good reviews. People think very highly of this game. $13. $12.99. Yep. $13. So, if they're buying nothing but Call of Duty games and like the newest Call of Duty, and you know what I'm saying? Like, some games are expensive, and there's reasons for that. But don't blame the rest of the platform for it, and make everybody else. It's just not true. No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a good example. No Man's Sky goes on sale here and there, but everybody loves this game, and this has maintained its $60 price point. And everybody knows that as like, that is a really good game. Really, really good. And you guys know I play this. This has gone on sale, but this game's from 2016, and it's maintained its $60 price point. Now, do you know why? Because originally this game was a No Man's Sky. They have now updated it to the point that there are, like, aliens, like, there's just, like, a ton of stuff in the game now. A ton. So, like, this game is much more updated and massive than it used to be. So that's why. That's why. If they hadn't done that, they're not actively in development, they're not going to maintain that price point. And that's why. Like, for the most part, it's active development in the game. Like, where they're still just developing the game and still putting stuff into it. That says a lot about a developer. And that the fact that there's so many other ones that would just abandon a game right as soon as it comes out. Again, this thing's been around since 2016, and, you can scroll down and still see updates. Yeah. So, absolutely cannot say enough good things about No Man's Sky, but, just another example of something that maintains its price point for a good reason. Cyberpunk 2077, another good reason. It's a $60 game, that's maintained its price point. However, I do believe this goes on sale at times. And everybody knows, like, this is some people's, like, favorite game ever. Like, this was, like, a game, a literal game changer for the market. So, that maintaining its price point is completely understandable. Holy shit. That's real. Okay. Yeah, this is not... Alright, you guys know how much I love Fallen Order. I've New Game Plus that. You know, we've streamed that. I've beaten that on stream like 3 different times. I've New Game Plus that. Love that freaking game. I love Jedi Fallen Order. I freaking love it. One of the best games ever, I think. Normally, it's actually only $40 now. It came down in price. Right now, if you don't have Fallen Order, buy it now. Go on Steam and buy it now. Because it's $3.19. Holy shit. Jedi Fallen Order is $3.19. It's 92% off. Holy shit. Jedi Fallen Order is $3.19 on Steam. Holy shit. And the deluxe edition is $3.99. Holy shit. Actually trying to say Steam rips people off for overcharge. $3.19. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. You guys know I love this game. Love it. It was great. You guys know how much I love the Metal Gear Solid franchise in general. You guys know this is like tippy top for me. $20. $20. Base price, not even on sale. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, is $19.99 on Steam. $20. And remember, this is the game, this is the Metal Gear Solid. Now, David Hayter didn't voice this one. This was Kiefer Sutherland in this one. But he still did a good job. Yeah, if you're a fan of David Hayter, I understand. But yeah, this was Konami on this one, and this was the open world one with the horse. You can go all over the place. It was the Metal Gear Solid game, you know, to last. Basically, you can build your own base. You are Big Boss, basically. So, yeah. Wow, I didn't realize Metacritic gave this a 91. Wow, that one is a 91 in Metacritic. Holy cow, that's really good. It was good. I mean, like, that was a really good game. I think it's people that that boycotted it because of the David Hayter thing. And listen, man, look, I love him too, but don't boycott the game because of that. It's a good game. So yeah, I mean, like, that's a... we just keep finding examples here. That's insane. I'm pretty sure I got this on sale. Sekiro is another thing that has a $60 price point and deserves it, because this is a lot of people's again, this is from software, but a lot of people, this is like a true gem. You know, this is an amazing game. And I enjoy it too. I do. It's just really hard. Really good though, and deserves its $60 price point, I think. But that's Sekiro. And again, Sekiro is another one that I don't know that I got it for $60. I highly doubt that. I think I got it for like 20 or 30. It's probably something like that. I don't know that I got it for 5. But Dark Souls 3, yes. Dark Souls 3, that was what I started with, remember. I got Dark Souls 3, and that has a $60 price point, for $5. So. Yeah, just the fact that Fallen Order is $3.19 right now. I can't even, that's insane. Yeah, Sekiro's really hard. I gotta get used to... It's the parry system. I just suck at it. I have to get used to it. The Witcher 3 is $40 too. And remember, that's also CD Projekt Red. A lot of people don't know that. Like this, it's the same. Like Cyberpunk 2077 and the people that made The Witcher 3, like they're the same. It's the same team, same development. Same development. Yeah. Yes, some of them maintain their price points, but again, they go on sale too. So that's the point. You just have to catch the thing. You have to take advantage of that. And my message again is that the fact that it's clear to me that whoever's doing this, they don't use Steam, they don't know much about it, or they would know those things. Here's a great example. So, right now, you guys remember Shadow of Mordor, right? That was the first one, right? Middle Earth, Shadow of War. Normally is $50, is 90% off right now. That is $4.99 right now. And it's only for another day, so you better act if you want that. But $5? $5 for a $50 game. And again, I agree, I understand that the game could be maybe normally like $30 or something like that, but it's probably not Steam. Again, that's probably the price point. The fact that they can have these absurd sales, you don't want that to go away. That's how you can really take advantage of for yourself. And this is why it's so stupid to sit here and try to say that Steam charges too much, because they have these sales. So if you know about them and you pay attention, you can take advantage of that. And that's where I think somebody's paying these people off, where the other competitor doesn't like this. Where, again, Shadow of War, I can get this for $5 right now. And just like I call it out with Fallen Order, that's $3 right now. So there's no way that EA wants you to buy that for $3. That pisses them off. So you've got to understand, this probably has really a lot less to do with some Karens in Europe and more to do with the fact that EA and whoever is doing this for real doesn't want you to know it's actually them, because you'll call them on their BS and it'll be obvious. Yeah, Shadow of War is $5. So yeah, it's completely unfounded. Absurd. There are so many games on here that are just always, like, again, that you can get sales, and then some games aren't even that high in price, while others, again, that price point probably has nothing to do with Steam. The Metro series, like the shooters, that's another one that I think I see on sale here and there. Fallout New Vegas is $10 on Steam. $10. Let's see. Got a game called, if you know a game called Steel Rising, it's a Souls-like game that takes place in Paris, 1789. It's like, it's a Souls-like thing. Came out in 2022. The price point is actually $50, but I actually got this game for $5. This was another one that like was on sale for $5 that I just like grabbed because it was $5, and the normal price point's like 50. And it's maintained that, and people generally like it. And yeah, it's pretty good. So that's just another example. You guys remember how I play that game? You guys remember that game Tiny Glade? The little game I play, like I make the little areas. Like remember that? We made like a castle, and it's supposed to kind of look like a little castle area and stuff like that. The game called Tiny Glade, that's only $15. It's a $15 game. It's not that much. And the graphics are nice. It's a pretty nice little game. That game we played called Mile High Taxi, you know, again, that wasn't, that I think that actually I got that on sale, but normally that's only like $17 too. It's not that much. Hogwarts Legacy. You guys know we play Hogwarts Legacy. You guys know I 100%ed Hogwarts Legacy on stream. We played this quite a bit. I love this game. It's a phenomenal game. This game is still maintaining its $60 price point because it's not like that old. It's only a couple of years old. It's maintaining its $60 price point, and that is on sale right now for 85% off. It is $8.99 right now. That's right. Hogwarts Legacy is right now $9. Yep. Go buy it while you can. $9 for Hogwarts Legacy, and it's normally 60. And that one you can rationalize. That's a big open world. There's lots to update and patch and keep updated. I think they introduced mods. We talked about mods. I'm pretty sure they're still there. I don't think they went anywhere. This requires a regular sort of presence from development. So you can't sit here and say that with that all that stuff that they can't justify 60. I think they can. So for this to be on sale for $9, and you're trying to sit here and say that Steam, no, trust me, even the developers are probably hearing this going, wait, what? 9? They're probably going, man, I thought it would be like 20 or something, but 9? You know, like, they're probably like, you know, like, So you gotta understand, like, Steam is actually kind of getting away with that, to be honest. They're getting away with it for you. So it's just unfounded, man. It really is. And you know Hogwarts Legacy is good. I feel like every time I play that game and I'm playing it, people watch me play it and they go, wait, that's Hogwarts Legacy? You know, almost like they just had this preconceived notion of how, just like all the adults that don't understand that Harry Potter's not really a kid's movie. Not really. The first one, alright. Anyone after that, not really. Oh, here we go. You guys know get little card game called Inscription. We played this a little bit. It was fun. It was definitely fun. It's a card battler called Inscription. Really, really, really good card battler. It's dark. It's a dark one, but it's actually really good. This is a normal price point of $20. And that's not bad, I agree with that. That's kind of expected. That's about right. If it's a good card battler, that's kind of what you normally would see. We talked about the Bazaar earlier. I recommended that. I think that is a normal price point of $20, right? So that's where the normal price point is for Inscription here. And it's right now 60% off for $7.99. Yep, Inscription on Steam right now is $8. That's it. $7.99. Normal price point of $20. That's impressive. And this continues to maintain its overwhelmingly positive reviews, even in recent reviews. A few years old too. That maintained its overwhelmingly positive reviews since. So, yeah. The fact that they're discounting games like that maintain their overwhelmingly positive reviews tells me all I need to know about where Steam's heart is, and it's in the right place. You know. Because if it wasn't, the point is they would only discount things that were really poorly reviewed and stuff like that. You wouldn't see all these really nice discounts on these really good games like freaking Fallen Order for $3. Yeah. Another card game that we've played, Balatro. We've talked about this. $15, $14.99. It's not on sale, but again, another game that everybody just loved. Award-winning game for sure. Metacritic gave it a 90. I loved it too. Great game. $15. $15. 15 for that. So we talked about Koei Tecmo earlier, and you guys know I played this on stream before too. Warriors Abyss is the roguelike, the action roguelike from Koei Tecmo with all the different like just different Dynasty Warriors characters and just Warriors characters in general, really, from all those different games. Obviously, you can get like expansions and stuff to add characters, but obviously there's a set number of characters. It's just an action roguelike that Koei Tecmo put out with those Warriors characters in it, so you could play them in an action roguelike, and I actually enjoy it. I really, really enjoy it. It's really fun. I think it's got some really cool mechanics, and this thing is only $25 normally. Now it's not on sale, but I mean it's not that bad. It's $25. So you have your different editions that go up in price and stuff like that, but the base version is only $25. So can't argue with that. I think that's pretty fair for an action roguelike. Especially with a lot of characters. They put a lot of characters in it. So I think that's pretty fair for how many they put in there. A lot of people don't know this game exists, and there's some stuff I have to do to get it to work because it's a little bit older. But this is a top-down shooter that 343 developed with Vanguard Games, and it's called Halo Spartan Assault. I think there was something else too after it. There was another one after it. It's actually not that bad. It's really not that bad. It is single player. So, you know, like, it's just you. I think the other one, Spartan Strike, that was the other one, I think. That may... Oh, no, that one's single player, too. So, both of these, one of them called Spartan Strike, and, again, the one I played mainly was called Spartan Assault. These are both games that are, like, kind of older, but they're nice. They're based on Halo. It's all Halo stuff. It's a top-down Halo shooter. That's all it is. It's top-down. $3. $3. Yeah, 3. $2.99. And if you want the bundle with both of them, you save $1. It's $4.99. You buy them both in the bundle. So they're saving you money by buying both at the same time. It's not that's not bad at all. So, listen, I actually like 343. I was actually sort of joking about Halo 3 being the last good one. I actually like 343. I liked Reach. But yeah, like 3 was obviously my favorite. Didn't get much better than that, but I mean there was good ones after that. It was just a joke. There you go. Master Chief Collection. There you go. Master Chief Collection is on here for $40. The whole thing, $40. Normal price. You can get the entire Master Chief Collection on Steam, $40. That is literally all of these Halo games. Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach, and Halo ODST. That is all of those games for $40. That's awesome. That is really awesome. Do you remember that stupid little... I mean, like, it wasn't stupid, it was actually really cool. But, you know, like, it, it was supposed to be dumb. Like, it was just funny. It's just a funny, game. Like, the whole thing is just absurd. You know, like, the game called Run Pizza Run, remember that? Where it's just literally an entire game of explosions, nonsense happening around you, and you have to deliver the pizzas. Do you guys remember that? Really, really fun. Really, really fun. We had a good time with that. It gets pretty difficult, actually. $5 though. That thing was $5. $4.99. That's it. Yeah, a lot of these little things that you see me play, that's the reality. Is they're like, you know, between like $3 and $5 usually, or something like that. Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 is reasonably priced. It's normal price. Now remember, a lot of people, this is actually their favorite. Borderlands 2 is actually a lot of people's favorite. I liked the pre-sequel, personally. 2 was very good, though. And I liked 3 as well. But 2 is very, very good. This is a lot of people's favorite in the series. $20 normally. Normally $20. Right now, on sale, 75% off for $4.99. That's right. Borderlands 2 is on Steam, on sale, right now, for $5. You know, you could reasonably add up all the games I've said for $5 so far today, and probably still not equal the $60 price point of one game that's normally out there, and still walk out with like however many games I've mentioned so far that are about $5, and probably a good number. Yeah, it's probably a good bit, and you're still not getting up there in the $60, $70 range. You're still probably around more like $40, $50, and you got all these different freaking games. You got like between like 8 and 10 games, you know. It's awesome. And that's what you got to realize is again, Borderlands 2. I mean, geez. Great game. Full-length, first-person shooter, open world. We all loved this. Loved that game. $5. $5. That's it. Pre-sequel, same thing. Pre-sequel's actually normally $40. And I understand, because it's a really good game. But it's actually 90% off right now. The Borderlands, the pre-sequel, is only $3.99 right now. So if you're even thinking about it, now's the time. $4. $4. Yep. $4. Holy shit. You can get... Wait. All this is on sale? Holy crap. Holy shit. Let me tell you how legendary this is. You guys need to go on and get yourselves the bundle. Just do it. Don't even look at anything else. Don't look at Borderlands 2. Don't look at pre-sequel. Go on to either one. Scroll down to the part where it says Buy Borderlands Collection Pandora's Box Bundle. Look at that. Because this bundle is $13.39. And this bundle includes, I promise you, I'm just reading from the list. This is insane. $13.39. This is insane. I'm just going to read from the list. You ready? The bundle includes the first Borderlands game, Game of the Year Edition. Another copy of the first Borderlands game, Game of the Year Edition Enhanced. Borderlands 2. Borderlands 3. Borderlands The Zombie Island of Dr. Zed. Borderlands Mad Moxie Underdome Riot. Borderlands The Secret Armory of General Knox. Borderlands Claptrap's Robot Revolution. Borderlands 2 Commander Lilith. Yada yada yada, the fight for Sanctuary. Borderlands 2 Necromancer Pack, Borderlands 2 Ultimate Vault Hunter Upgrade Pack 2, Borderlands 2 Collector's Edition Pack, Borderlands 2 Creature Slaughter Dome, Borderlands 2 Headhunter 1, Borderlands Headhunter 2, Borderlands 2 Headhunter 3, Borderlands 2 Headhunter 4, Borderlands 2 Headhunter 5, Borderlands 2 Psycho Pack, Borderlands the Pre-Sequel, Shock Drop Slaughter Pit, Borderlands the Pre-Sequel Ultra HD Texture Pack. Well, that one's free. Borderlands 3 Season Pass, Borderlands 3 Season Pass 2, Borderlands 3 Moxie's Heist of the Handsome Jackpot, Borderlands 3 Guns, Love, and Tentacles, Borderlands 3 Bounty of Love, Borderlands 3 Psycho Krieg, and the Fantastic Fustercluck, Borderlands 3 Designer's Cut, Borderlands 3 Director's Cut, Borderlands 3 Digital Deluxe Extras, Borderlands 3 Boost Mods Pack, Borderlands 3 Butt Stallion Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Gearbox Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Neon Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Retro Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Toy Box Weapons Pack, Borderlands 3 Gold Weapon Skin Pack, Borderlands 3 Amara Final Form Pack, Borderlands 3 Multiverse Disciples of the Vault of Amara Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Zane Final Form Pack, Borderlands 3 Multiple Disciples of the Vault Zane Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Moe's Final Form Pack, Borderlands 3 Multiverse Disciples of the Vault of Moe's Cosmetic Pack, Borderlands 3 Flax Final Form, Borderlands 3 Multiverse Disciples of Vault Black Cosmetic Pack, Tales from the Borderlands, New Tales from the Borderlands, New Tales from the Borderlands Adventure Capital Pack, Borderlands the Pre-Sequel Season Pass, Borderlands 2 Season Pass, Borderlands 2 Vault Hunters Cosmetic Pack, Mega Pack. Holy shit. And all of that is $13.39. You literally get Borderlands 1, 2, and 3, and the pre-sequel, and all of this shit for $13.39. Now, that could be because I have a lot of this, and it's crossing it out. I don't know. Could be for me because I have a lot of it. So I could be like going crazy. So let me just add some of this up here. I think that's just because it's calculating it for me. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's actually like about... It's still not bad. Yeah, my fault. It's just calculating it because I have a lot of that stuff already. My fault. But look at that and see what it says for you, because maybe you have some Borderlands games and some of that stuff is included. I really think you need to look at that. That's all I'm saying with that. Where for me, because I already have... I think I probably got a bundle similar to this previously for Borderlands 3, would be my guess. It looks like that. So, you know, I would just take a look at what's available for you in the Pandora's Box bundle and see how much it costs for you. Because that's what it's doing. I have a lot of this stuff already. Obviously, I have all the Borderlands games already as far as what it's offering in here. So, you know, I just, figured I would mention, you know, just definitely check that. But either way, like I said, the pre-sequel's $4 right now. Borderlands 2 is $5 right now. Um, this is absurd. It's crazy. Okay. Resident Evil 4 remake is only $40. It's not like 60 or 70, it's only 40. So this is what I like about Steam. Is stuff like this. So you guys know that there's like these one-off games that I miss from like the original Nintendo or something like that I'll like never basically be able to play again, you know. And Steam will just have it. So I was able to. The nice thing is, Steam actually has Maniac Mansion, and you guys know, like we played it for a little bit on the stream, and it was fun. It was fun to reminisce about it. Obviously, it's dated. Obviously, it was just more hilarious than anything. But it was nice to go back and reminisce about it and stuff like that. And yeah, for sure, the whole thing is on here. You can just buy it and play it for a whopping $5.99. And I can't even argue with that. Probably the time they put into to getting it to work and stuff like that. And you know, crediting the proper, you know, I mean, Lucas Games and Lucasfilm Games. You remember that? Remember remember how good they were? Oh man. So yeah, just stuff like that is just. You guys know that's how I played Serious Sam. We played the first encounter on here. That's only $15, and it's well worth it. Phenomenal game. You know, like again, just all these things that they could charge more for and they don't. You remember that Pools game? That amazing... it was a walking sim, basically, atmospheric sort of thing. It's a liminal space game, is what it is. Basically, liminal space game. You guys know the Pools game we played. Love that game. I think I actually played it when it was still in early access, right? Love this game. Only $9.79. Basically a $10 game. It's not bad. It's really not that bad. And it was a really good game. Really good. Let's see. Mm-hmm. There's just lots of examples of stuff that's really good, and then, you know, it actually has a low price point already, but it may even be listed. You know, it has a low price point already, but may be listed, you know, even cheaper, maybe on sale. It's pretty crazy. I think it was this one. Yeah, this one. So this is pretty nuts. This is pretty nuts. So this was another example of something I got really cheaply that is listed for full price. And it is a decent game, but I will admit that unless it has regular update, well, maybe it does. Maybe it does have regular updates. I don't know. But it's Ubisoft, so that's what I'm saying now. You know, we're gonna get a little bit of bitrate shift now, because, you know, again, people can see my screen and can see stuff they shouldn't be able to see. But basically, again, another game that's still at full price. That I did not get at full price. I got for like $5. Is Watch Dogs 2. Watch Dogs 2. And this is listed as $50 on Steam. However, I got this for $5. I did not pay $50 for Watch Dogs 2. No. There's no way in hell. Nope. No way in hell. This game was like $5. So, that's another one. Mirror's Edge, you guys know Mirror's Edge is a phenomenal game. Everybody loved this game. I still love it. It's a great game. Mirror's Edge, the original, actually came down in price quite a bit. You know, like it is from 2009. It's a bit older now. Came down in price quite a bit. So it has a base price of $20. But this is actually on sale. This game's on sale for the next couple of days. It's on sale for $6.99. Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge is $7 right now, if you want that one. $7. Yep. Streets of Rage 4 is only $25. That's a really good game. Definitely one of the best modern definitely one of the best modern, like, makes of, like, you know, something that was like a retro style, you know, like where we all played. I played Streets of Rage 2 like so much on Sega Genesis. So, you know, just to have this done in a modern way, but so true to its you know, original core idea, and done properly. You know, Streets of Rage 4 was done very, very well. So you know, just 20 for that to be $25. You know, it's not on sale or anything. That's the normal price point, but it's a really good game. And that obviously does have multiplayer. That obviously does. I mean, there's a lot of examples of stuff that's plenty cheap enough, you know, to buy on Steam. The Stanley Powerball Ultra Deluxe, that's only $25. That's a phenomenal game. That's a 10 out of 10. There's like nothing else you need to say about that except it's perfect. So, 10 out of 10. Devil May Cry 5. People typically like this one. They like the fifth one in the series. They enjoyed this one. And I agreed this was a pretty good one. $30. $30 for the base price. It's not 60, it's not 70, the base price is 30. It's not on sale or anything, that's just the base price. But with a Metacritic score of 89, that's a solidly performing game for $30. Here we go. I talked about this before. There's a detective mystery sort of game that I played with you guys where it's all about listening. It's all about, you know, like how you listen to each mystery and crime and stuff as it unfolds. And then you have to you have to figure out who everybody is. You have to figure certain things out about it and stuff like that. It's one of the coolest mystery crime detective type games I've ever played, and it's like top tier as far as like you know, the scary sort of genre, I suppose. You know, I don't know that I'd call it horror, but like suspense maybe. Really good. $7. $7. And it's called Unheard. There's a game called Unheard. 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 Really good game. And it's only $7. So, we played that on stream before, too. We've played that on stream as well. Really good game. Batman Arkham Asylum Game of the Year Edition. $20. You can just get it for $20 on Steam. It's just $20. That's it. These games are great too. This is some of the best This is some of the best Batman stuff out there. Some of the best Batman stories were actually like the games. So yeah, $20 normally, and that's a great game. Highly recommend that game. Arkham Knight, same thing, $20. Arkham Knight, and that's way newer. Same thing, $20. Base price, not even on sale. Base price, $20. Base price. Same thing. Batman Arkham City Game of the Year Edition, same thing. This was between the two. I'm sorry. This was the second one, I think. And then the one I just said, I think, was the third one, right? Arkham City Game of the Year Edition is $20. Same thing. So again, base price point $20. You can in fact buy all three in a bundle for $60. They're gonna give it to you for $59.99 and give you the season pass for Arkham Knight 2. So you can get that all together as one bundle and save a little bit, getting it all together if you want them all. That is that's called saving you money. That's called giving you a deal because they know that you're getting all three. That's exactly the way it should be. That's awesome. And again, not a sale, a normal price point. That's crazy. So, and those are really, really phenomenal games. People typically love these games. Ghost Runner's only $30 normally. Normal price point of $30. The first one. There's so many sales in the store today, too. The Hollow Knight game, you know, like I already told you guys, like I got to a point and wasn't a fan, but it's only $20, so if you are, great. And Silksong is only $20 too, I think. So, I mean, that's another example of something that's just cheaper. Now this is another game that, man, I need to play this. Normal price, overwhelmingly positive. It's an action roguelike with base building. Overwhelmingly positive. It's always had good reviews, and I've always been curious. It's called Cult of the Lamb. $25. $25 for again, a very highly rated game. And that's the normal price point. It's not like on sale or anything, it's just that's the normal price point. So there are games on here. Dave the Diver. Perfect example. Dave the Diver. There you go. Dave the Diver. $20. Great. Again, this game looks phenomenal. $20. It's getting excellent reviews. Metacritic of 90. $20. This game, Karen? Is that how you say that? Karen? This game is only $30. It looks like a really nice climbing exploration game. It looks like survival. Sort of. It's only $30. It's on sale for 2027, so it's like a 10% off thing. But it's new. It just came out, and it's only $30. I want to pronounce it Karn, but it's Karen. Just a weird name. So that one's on sale a little bit, but normally it's a lower price anyway. It's $30 is pretty good. I mean, even a new Madden game, like, I know nobody really cares because I guess it's getting mixed reviews. But like even the new Madden game is already on sale on here for $21. On the literally it's new. So like they try to put stuff on sale. Okay. Yeah. There's honestly there's some developers on here that won't even release a game. That is less than or I'm sorry, more than like 25 or $30. You know, like I've seen that a lot. Where there's just a lot of developers that, you know, that's kind of what they're shooting for, you know, is something a little more affordable for people. Well, I mean, again, Helldivers 2 is normally priced 40. Like, that's the normal price. I mean, it's not that bad. And like I said, that one's on sale for 30 bucks. This is a great game. Here we go. This is a great game. Goat Simulator 3. You guys know I've talked about this. Goat Sim 3. Yeah, we've talked about this before. We have. Goat Sim 3, we've played this. It's a really good game. 30 bucks is the normal price point on Steam. This game is honestly so good. It's funny, it's open world, it's absurd. The game is phenomenal. So that's awesome. So that's another one. I mean, honestly, there are so many examples of things that are plenty cheap enough, cheaply priced enough. Even at normal prices. You can actually get Beat Saber on here. Did you know that? You can get Beat Saber on Steam. Did you know that? It is a really good game. I was watching people play this. It's really good. You slice stuff to rhythm. It's pretty good. I think it's really good, but you have to like that stuff. It's pretty easy to... Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty easy concept. You just tell if it's good or not. I'm seeing somebody play it. Wow, Metacritic rating of 93. I didn't realize that. I got a Metacritic of 93. Holy cow. It was VR game winner in 2019. Yeah, so Beat Saber is only 30 bucks. Normally priced. It's not on sale or anything. But that is the normal price. So there you go. Now that's VR. You're gonna need VR for that one, but... Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking for... Some of this is so cool. Alright, so, like, for example, like... For example, alright, I haven't played, well, I mean, I have now, but it's been, like, forever. You know, it's been forever. And, but, like, for example, if I wanted to go play Final Fantasy VI again, they haven't. You know what I mean? I like, obviously, like, I know, like, this stuff's on the PlayStation Store and stuff like that. Like, I know that, too. But, like, if you wanted to play it on PC, well, Steam actually does have it. There's a whole bundle here where you could get, like, Final Fantasy 1 through 6, you know, with the bundle. But, like, this game, base price is only $18 for Final Fantasy 6. Like, I'm not gonna argue with that. $18 for Final Fantasy 6? Hell yeah. $18. They have three. They're all $18. Final Fantasy 3, $18. Normal price, $18. I mean, like, you know, that's pretty cool. So if you want it on PC, there you go. You know, I mean, like, obviously, again, like I said, you can get it on the PlayStation Store, but again, like, some people want this stuff for PC. They want it on PC. That's the point. So that's pretty cool. BioShock Infinite's on sale for $7.50 right now if you're into the BioShock series. $7.49. Normally $30 is on sale for $7.49. Man, I didn't know BioShock Infinite had a Metacritic of 94. That's pretty good. Oh, the entire BioShock series is on sale. Holy cow. BioShock 1 is $5, $4.99. BioShock 2 is $2.99. And then if you want remastered, it's the same price. You can get BioShock Remastered or BioShock 2 Remastered. Why wouldn't you just get the remaster? Yeah, it's all on sale right now. BioShock 2 Remaster's $3 on Steam right now. $3. You know that Avatar game? That newer Avatar game? You know that one? So there's a third-person update. You can play third-person now, apparently. And it's only $30 on Steam as a normal price point. And normal price point's only $30. That's pretty good, guys. That's pretty good. So, you know, again, people saying they can't, yes, again, I'm sure that's $60, $50, $60 somewhere else. I'm sure it is. Obviously, there's editions. There's like different editions that you can get, but the base edition's $30. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, I mean, I still can't get over Doom: The Dark Ages being on sale. I will admit, look, I will admit that Requiem looks pretty good. Like, I've been eyeing this game up a little bit. And I know that, like, there's the usual people that talk smack on these games. But, I have to admit that, I personally love that there's finally a follow-up to Leon's story, not a backstory, a follow-up. And, again, that it looks really good. Because Leon's fucking badass. Holy shit. Huh? Are you serious? That's pretty good. Holy cow. That's really good. Holy cow. So, the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, like the first game, you know, like the Legendary Edition, like the whole, you know, like optimized, remastered and optimized thing where, you know, like they did all that and whatnot. That is apparently still $60 as its normal price point, but right now on Steam it is $8.99. Right now it is $9 on Steam for the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. That is $9. It's crazy. So, there's actually a game here called The Quarry as well, if you like horror and choices matter. That is what this entire thing is. It's called The Quarry. It's on Steam. It is a $60 game normally, and it's on sale for $8.99. It is $9 right now. So you can get this game. And it says, when the sun goes down on the last night of summer camp, 9 teenage counselors are plunged into an unpredictable night of horror. The only thing worse than the blood-drenched locals and creatures hunting them are the unimaginable choices you must make to help them survive. So this came out in 2022. It graphically looks pretty good. It looks really good, actually. And you know, like a choices matter sort of thing. But again, you know, the point is right now it's $9. While normally it has a $60 price point. So there are sales. You just have to, again, pay attention to that. Alright, so another one that you could get, Rise of Tomb Raider, like the Tomb Raider games. Like this one, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is only $6. It's on sale right now, normally $40. Rise of the Tomb Raider is $4.49 right now. It's normally $30. And you can also get the original 3 games, Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered, for $30 on Steam. They actually have it. It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. So, guys, like, there's plenty of examples of stuff on here that's, like, really good at a much lower price point than you would otherwise find either on console or somewhere else, you know, on a different launcher for PC too, like Epic or something like that. I mean, sometimes that's not the case, but for the most part it is. Yeah, like, again, Shadow of War. That's another one right now. $5. $50 price point, $5. So you can't necessarily, again, you can't necessarily go by those normal price points. But the point is, I am calling out, there's still plenty of examples of lower normal price points too. So if you like really difficult platformers, there's one I've been sitting on, I haven't told you about for a while, that I also plan to get. You know, I plan to play at some point. That is very cheap. Normally has a lower price point of $30 normally. Normally this game's $30. It's worth it. If you can remember good old Team 17, They published this, developed by the Game Kitchen, but Team 17 published this, and this is a very Souls-like sort of Castlevania style type game. And it is more difficult. It's called Blasphemous 2. And this thing is on sale right now for $10, $9.89. It is normally $30. So I mean, that's just incredible. And, you know, like I said, I don't normally do this. I don't normally sit on things for a while and then tell you, you know, like I told you, like I already have Neo and Neo 2. Like I already told you that. You know, so like the point is I don't normally do this, but you know, for Steam's sake, I am doing this time, where there's just a couple of things that I will say and to try to help defend Steam a little bit here, because I think they deserve it. Another one. Do you guys like Ninja Gaiden? I've been, again, another thing I've been, man, I really need to get on this. That I've been sort of sitting on. There's a 2D platformer called Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It's a 2D platformer, great. But it's Ninja Gaiden, very much Ninja Gaiden. Great game. $24.99, $25, normal price point. Again, there's just like there's so many examples. I could sit here and just keep going. This is just you can just keep going. Yeah. um. Oh, okay. The original Hollow Knight game is actually $15. My fault. Silk Song is 20, I think. So yeah, another great example. So another game, a game similar to this that I do like, a game similar to that I do like, that you guys know I did play, is Ori. And Ori is only $20. So I want to throw that out there. A game similar to that I did like, similar to Hollow Knight that I did like, was Ori, and that is $19.99 on Steam. Great game. You can get wow, look at that. Fallout 4 is only $20 too, if it doesn't crash 8,000 times. See, that's the problem. Like, I would play Fallout 4, but it crashes every single time I play it. Wait, what? What? Fable Anniversary is on here, and it's only $35. Holy cow! Holy cow, that's cool. Looks pretty good, actually. So, Fable Anniversary. This is just a remaster. It's not the like the completely. I think this is just the. Yeah, it's just the remaster. But this is only $35. Yeah, that one's not out yet. My fault. The new Fable game is not out yet. I didn't think it was. But you can look at it. It's on here. Holy cow, these screenshots look great. Oh my god, does this look good. Holy shnikes. I think this game's gonna break the internet. I do. I think it is. Oh, Playground's doing it? Holy crap. This game, it's this one. I would this one. Because Playground Games, if you remember, aren't they the same studio that developed Horizon 5? Remember how I sat here and talked about how the sky and like the graphics in that game are still just like mind-blowingly good? I actually can't believe how good they are. Yeah, that's who's developing this. Holy crap. Well, I hope it's optimized. That's all I gotta say. I hope it's well optimized. Autumn. It's not gonna be out till autumn, it says. I didn't realize Playground was doing it. And Horizon 6 is coming too. And that is... Okay, so that has a release date. Yeah, they're still doing that one too. So that's probably why it's taking time. Because they're trying to release Horizon 6. Man, I don't know. They're sort of pumping these games out. I hope... I don't know, 6 looks pretty good. Is this Japan? Yeah, it's Japan. Holy cow, this looks pretty good too. You guys know I love Horizon 4 and 5. Love them. This is like some of the best, you know, driving simulation, you know, gaming, period. But yeah, they developed the Horizon, at least as far as I know, the 4, 5, and they're doing 6. I think they did 4. But I know they did 5. So they're doing, I guess, the new Fable game. Xbox Game Studios is the publisher, but their Playground Games is developing it. But that's how they did Horizon, like I said, 4, 5, and now 6. So, good. You know, like I said, those are solid. Really, really solid, so. Could be a really good thing. Probably will be a really good thing. Alright. Well, I made my point, guys. I made my point. I think that's probably enough. Um, I just wanted to get on here and talk to you guys about the whole Steam situation, obviously, and give you my point of view and perspective on things. You know, it's clearly being done by either, again, people that don't use Steam and want to blame something they don't understand, or again, they're being paid off by the competitor to do this so that the competitor doesn't look like they're doing it. And honestly, I have to say that's probably the more likely scenario, unfortunately, where we know it's this slimy behind the scenes at times. So, even just sometimes where I conveniently would mention stuff about PlayStation, we're having some interesting stuff go on. So, nothing. Obvi- Obviously, we know I like PlayStation. We don't have anything against that, but the whole point is that I was always the guy speaking for the fact that everybody has a place in the market: PC, PlayStation, Xbox, even Nintendo. Especially Nintendo, and you should like this. Those companies should like that. If they don't, then they're probably, again, if they take action and it seems like they're upset that I would be having that stance where I stick up for all of them having a place, you would want to take a look at whoever's saying that. Because each individual one of those companies stands to benefit from the healthy competition. If an individual company in that circle stands out as being against the rest and attacks other things and stuff like that, we know that it's that company because they're the ones not agreeing with the healthy competition. They just want to do stuff they shouldn't be doing to be kind of slimy about getting ahead. To essentially get ahead unfairly. Where Steam is sitting here and can have these sales and does. So maybe somebody else is upset that they can't just for whatever reason, and they're retaliating against Steam just because, again, they're upset that they can't make as much money as them, or something like that. So this is I mean, I cannot speak enough good things about Steam, and again, it's very obvious from everything I've said in this stream that we can sit here and find plenty of games that have low price points where you don't need to be buying this $60, $70 game, and then you can stick it on a list, whatever you need to do to see, when it goes on sale or something like that, then you grab it and you don't have to pay $60, $70 for this thing. Okay? So my point is, if people actually believe this, and there's a bunch of gamers in EU or wherever lying to you, well, it sounds like a bunch of teenagers are sitting here lying to their moms or something like that, or just whatever about how much the stuff costs versus essentially just not being honest about the fact that they could have a sale, they could take advantage of a sale, and they're choosing not to do that. They want it now because it's new, and they want to be cool, and they want to be talking about it in school, and it's new and it's now, and they have to have it. It's true. They'll be cool and stuff like that just because they can talk about it because they have it. It shouldn't matter, but whatever. I know that's got to be some of it where it's like they got to have that new thing or whatever, and so I'm just putting out there that that's the issue where it's another pop culture thing where, just like impulse buying works, just like impulse buying works. It's just that. It's the fact that they know this new thing, is, as long as it's not crap, complete crap, and they can convince you it's not. They can put whatever price tag they want, and you'll buy it because it's the latest and greatest and newest, and you want it, and to brag about it and be playing it as it comes out, to be part of that, and yada yada yada. So it has to do more with that, and that's not Steam's fault. Nope. Your battle is with Xbox. Sorry. It's Microsoft. Nothing to do with Steam. They create that. It's absolutely nothing to do with. If anything, that would fix it. Yeah, like Blizzard shouldn't own Microsoft. Somebody else should own Microsoft. Yep, somebody else. Not Blizzard. Not the same company that bought Activision. So, stop thinking it's Steam when it's clearly not. Steam is A-okay. They are top quality. They try to help. They do the best they can. Even that early access game support stuff, where you can slowly early access release stuff, that is number one top quality. Everybody loves that. Everybody loves that. That helps so much. Development projects, all that stuff. So it's really a true test of who's doing all of this and stuff like that, when you can really see. Again, I have been harassed and screwed with for sitting here and coming out with videos against Microsoft and talking about Microsoft for things that actually are happening, that they don't do anything about because they're fucking stupid. And again, they have all this AI spying and analytics and all this stuff that does those reports and sends them reports. They literally know everything that's going on your PC. So why the hell is this stuff so regularly trash, Microsoft? Why is it that every day something is regularly trash? Well, I guess instead of endlessly buying companies that you can't afford to take care of and properly fund and do anything about the problems, Blizzard, you should have fixed the problems you had to begin with. Because Blizzard didn't fix WoW. They made it shit again. They didn't fix Hearthstone. They made that fucking garbage. No real person wants to play that. No real people play that. They rig the shit for Tice and for all the other people that have been there forever. That's all they do. It's rigged. It is literally the epitome of being rigged. There is nothing good about Blizzard left. And they bought Microsoft. And then, again, Diablo 4 came out. It was a complete trash clusterfuck. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. And they're actually trying to sell the game instead of giving it away. That shit should be fucking free. You should really be trying to get people to play your pile of shit. And, nope. And the reality is, again, not the development studios. Obviously we know that again, they're not developing these games, like Horizon 5 and 6 and stuff. They're not they're publishing it. Yeah, we just covered that, okay? So, You have to understand that this is all on that bigger company, that higher company, all on Microsoft, all on the fact that Blizzard bought Microsoft. It's trash. Blizzard was trash to begin with. They were already trash. They were going out the door. They made WoW trash again. I don't want to play it ever. In fact, this is why I get stalked and harassed. Yeah, WoW players. So if anything, I should sue Blizzard because I have had regular problems with being stalked and harassed by players in their community for reporting people for legitimate things, too. Like, people are harassing me in the game and then following me around after the fact just because I would happen to report a player that's actually being malicious. And so they could look into that and decide whether or not to do anything about that. But no. Nope, I just get stalked and harassed instead. Yep. Like, several of these people that are here watching my stream and following my channel around and stuff like that and gotten blocked plenty of times, they're still here. And it's the WoW community. That's what it is. So all those fucking people that are sitting here wondering, all these streamers that are like, gee, I wonder why I have these stalkers, I wonder why I'm being threatened and stuff like that. You play online games. Yep. That's it. Teenagers are murderers because nobody's parenting. It's the truth. Yep. And it's not the game. It's not because they're playing a violent game. It's because there's no supervision. They get all pissed off and angry at the person when they're playing and can't do something about it. And then there's no parent around to take it away from them, or whatever it is that they feel they need to do. They just, I guess, do nothing. So this is the problem. The problem is that all these kids are playing online and there's no supervision. None. Let me ask you a question. Would you let your teenager go to the arcade by themselves if they were continuously being loud, obnoxious, and there's like reports of them like getting into fights with people and stuff like that? Would you let them? So why is it any different for an online community? And why is it that I can play World of Warcraft basically my whole life? My whole life. And in modern day, I'm in a dungeon with some retard that, he's played the game a certain way. So if you don't play the game this way, his opinion is that you should just delete yourself. So instead of him understanding that's his problem, no, he just, again, you're getting experience for this. Let's say you wiped on a dungeon a bunch of times and stuff like that. Right? Yeah. So what? Yeah, or like somebody. Yeah, like so, like maybe it was like a mechanic that you're not explaining that somebody doesn't understand or something like that, instead you're getting frustrated. You clearly don't know what it is. You want to seem like you understand what it is, so you become angry at whoever anybody is gonna just direct that hate at because you're dumb and you don't understand what's happening, and you get this probably from watching idiotic streamers that sit here and scream at people and stuff like that. And this is your example. Again, you're dumb. That's a you problem. If some streamer's sitting there bitching about something, this and that, towards somebody, you are dumb for allowing this to have some sort of impact on you where you would then act this way. You're stupid. You're emotionally unstable. You shouldn't play video games online. You're just fucking dumb as shit. Because now somebody, again, just wiping on a boss. Again, you're not calculating why. You're not telling anybody why. You just act like a goddamn retard. They're not stating why. And you're just blaming whoever you're blaming and stuff like that. And meanwhile, the whole group's wiping. And that's how stupid you look. And this actually, like, this is a real thing that happened. That's why I'm like, that's a real example of a player I reported where he was getting all irate and pissed off. A normal dungeon. And there was one mechanic somebody wasn't understanding. He was the healer. I was a random DPS. Yeah. And the healer was doing something wrong. But nobody was telling anybody anything. Everybody, like, people were just constantly just... As soon as we wiped, the tank left. Yep. So to wait for a tank... Waited. Wiped again. So, the guy's just being an asshole. And, like, he's, like, bitching at the healer and stuff like that, but he won't tell him anything. Just shit heals. So, if you're going to sit here and you're going to bitch about what somebody does, help them. Tell them what to do. And if you make it easy and they still can't do it, well, that's different. But if you're just an asshole, then you're an asshole. So, stop playing online games then. Like, what the fuck? Do you play online games so that you can go to your places the next day and stuff like that and brag about how many frags that you got on real players? I think that's why I think people really truthfully don't play online games for camaraderie anymore. Which is what it was originally. So that you can get on there, you know, maybe have some friendly conversation with some like-minded people, maybe across the planet or even in the same region as you or something like that. And the point is, you can get along in some common ground because you're playing a game, playing a video game. You're just talking about a video game. You're not getting angry at each other. You're helping each other out. Oh, ha, that's funny, we wiped. Well, that's actually because of this mechanic. So if healer, you could go ahead and just put your dots on the tank. And then do your AoE healing that spreads out. You know, obviously you're still going to have to do some individual heals here and there for people that get caught in a little puddle or something like that. But put your dot on the tank. Well, it's not really a dot, it's a damage over time, but you get what I'm saying. Put your overtime heal on the tank and stack that so that way you don't have to worry about it, so that way you can focus and like it really was it was pretty much that basic. It was pretty much that, like, it was a very easy mistake where it was just clearly a healer that doesn't have experience healing. And now this person probably won't play heals. And what's the most common thing that nobody does in a dungeon? What's the most common role that nobody plays? What are you always waiting for? It's not tank anymore. Nope, because a bunch of assholes always want to go in there and just run forward as fast as possible and pull every group that they possibly can all at once. So, there's not a shortage of tanks anymore. Yeah. No, what nobody wants to be calm and calculated. Nobody. It's the most important role in the entire dungeon. It seriously is. It is. Because even tanks and DPS can sit here and sometimes self-heal while doing damage. But what they can't do is heal on a boss. There ain't no way. You need that healer. And you need the tank to not pull too many fucking groups because, he can tank anything. And then he blames it on the healer. Well, I thought you could tank anything. Don't blame it on the healer when you can't actually tank anything. You just pulled fucking 3 groups and then bitched at the healer? No. 2. Stop pulling 3. Shut the fuck up. Stop spamming my emoji, you dumb fuck. 2 groups only, not 3. 2. You're pulling 3 groups? You better be able to tank that. Stop putting that on the healer. Normal dungeon, pull 2 fucking groups. Stop pulling 3. Dumb as shit. Dumb as shit. Dumb as fuck. Stop it. It's the same asshole that plays a first-person shooter and goes, okay, let's all do this. Everybody do this. Follow what I'm saying. Dude, I just joined the game for 5 fucking minutes to have a little bit of fun. Shut the fuck up. Everybody do this. So, it's the same concept. Where this person wants to be seen. They came in there to be seen, to be that person, to be that douchebag. And they did. Except they embarrassed themselves by pulling the whole dungeon and then they blame it on the fucking healer. If you can't tank that dungeon, you can't tank. Stop pulling more than 2 fucking groups and then blaming the goddamn healer. Healer is only going to be able to heal so fucking much. He's a healer. And likewise, if you're one of these assholes that's trying to do damage while you're healing, fuck you. Yeah, you are the problem. Fuck you. You are to heal. That is your function. Do not do damage. Fuck you. Do not go into a dungeon queuing up for heals going, I'm gonna do damage. I'm gonna do damage. And then, you have a little fucking DPS meter there and you're trying to do more damage than the tank. all while healing. And then the group wipes because, you know, your little automated healing process didn't quite fucking work. And you're all pissed off and you just leave the group. You don't want to heal then, you want to do damage. Okay. Okay. I have a suggestion for you. Okay? Here's a little suggestion, okay? Okay. Go prot Pally. Tank. Okay? You can self-heal and do a lot of damage. Yeah. You don't want to fucking heal, you want to tank. Shut the fuck up and do that then. Stop queuing up for heals and expecting to heal. Your expectation is incorrect. Your expectation, you queue up for heals and then expect to do damage? No. It's like the tank. It's like the tank that doesn't understand that his function is to pull aggro. It's the same thing as a tank. Where a tank doesn't understand that you can't properly aggro more than 2 groups. If you pull 3 groups, there's going to be a couple of guys that are now singularly attacking your DPS. And you're going to have to gain that aggro. Now, if you're a damn good fucking tank, fine. You can do it, and you can probably prove that. I certainly can. But what you have to realize is most people can't do this, and that's why it's happening. They see one-off people that are actually good at it, and they think they can do it, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna pull this, I'm gonna dirt. No. 2 groups. Stop it. Most people can't do it. Shut the fuck up. If even one of your fucking guys is attacking a DPS and moves to attack a DPS from attacking you, even for a second, you aren't maintaining aggro and being a tank properly. Your job is not to do damage, it's to maintain aggro. Now, if maintaining aggro is doing damage for you, good job. You did it right. But for all the other retards out there that don't know how the fuck to do it, you better fucking be able to tank 3 groups if you pull 3 groups. If I see even one fucking guy walk from you attacking you to walk to me, the DPS, standing in the back, that's a mage, casting all the way in the back, and now I'm being attacked, you suck. You suck. This is the problem. Nobody's there to be a group. So the healer didn't come to heal, he came to DPS. The tank didn't come to aggro, he came to DPS. Then fucking DPS! When I tank, I pull aggro. I do not try to be the top DPS. And I do not fucking care if some dumbass little one-off twerp in the fucking group goes, ha 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 ha, tank is shit DPS, ha ha ha. I don't fucking care. Yep, probably, because I'm pulling aggro. I don't give a fuck about DPS. I'm maintaining aggro. Yep, I see a guy walk away and start walking to the back of the group, turn around, death grip, blood boil, death and decay. Yep, it's called maintaining aggro. It's called properly tanking instead of, duh, let's just death strike everything. Death strike, death strike. Let's just try to self-heal death strike. Maximize damage, death strike. Fuck. Like, you have all this at your disposal as a blood DK, and then you don't even fucking use it. So, anyway, I know I went off on a tangent about WoW there, but it really is a Microsoft issue where there's all these things that are happening under the umbrella of Microsoft. Think about all the heated gaming shit too, where we have like gamers just having heated arguments and stuff. Okay, does this happen on PlayStation or does this happen mainly on Xbox games? on Xbox Live? Be honest. Does it happen in Call of Duty? And is it more often on Xbox than PlayStation? Yeah. Why is that? Oh, because retards, aggressive, angry retards buy Microsoft and Xbox products, and calm, collected, smart, intelligent individuals buy PlayStation products? Yes. It's the truth. Yes. I have actually found this to be true. Do you know why? I sure as hell do. Because I deal with it too. Because they don't work. They're shit. Yeah. The person on PlayStation, he went right into his game. The guy on Xbox, he had to wait for an update that fucking took fucking forever because they intentionally bottleneck it. And then when it fucking worked, then there was something else that was broken about that trash Xbox. His fucking game needed to update or something even though it already did. Then he finally got in, but then the servers were down. So then he had to restart, finding out the servers weren't actually down. This was just an Xbox Live issue. So he restarts, he finally gets in, then he gets kicked 3 more fucking times. Till he's finally playing. Now he's pissed. People are acting dumb as shit. He doesn't have any time to play because he just spent it all trying to get the goddamn thing to work. And now he's getting all pissed off at everybody because really he's mad because the thing wouldn't work. And now he's got 10 minutes to fucking play. Gee, I wonder what's going on. I wonder what I've been doing here this whole time and trying to show you that Microsoft is actually doing on purpose. They're doing it on purpose, too. It's on purpose. It's not by accident. Why are we sitting and removing... Who is such a... Do you get fucked in the ass by Microsoft? Like, listen, are you the person sitting here, if you direct your attention to the like button, these likes are slowly coming off after sitting here and going on a tirade where I absolutely give Microsoft what they deserve. And if you notice, if you direct your attention to the like button, it was at 81, 82 likes. After reaching that point, it has now, again, this person doing all of this is now very slowly removing, actually very quickly removing all these, I should say. So it's very interesting how instantly I could have 80-some likes on the stream, but now after the micro slop truth that I just gave you, these are slowly coming off. Yep, as soon as I said that they're quickly, they slowed it down. Well, pretty interesting stuff, isn't it? Do you notice how yeah. Did you notice how the views on that latest stream, they were gaining like pretty rapidly, and then all of a sudden at a certain point it's like they're halted. It's like they're like really slowed down. Did you notice that? This is pretty regular. Um, so Microsoft is actually to blame for a lot of what you see, and they know that. They know that like a lot of this lawsuit and stuff like that, it's them. And they know also um, that they are sort of stealing from people, like pretty regularly. So, Microsoft is such a slimy, disgusting company that they are the ones that are selling your data to, like, the Chinese and all, like all these foreign nations and stuff like that. They sell your data. It's Microsoft. Big surprise, right? So the question is it really Blizzard? That's the question. The answer is probably. Probably. Yeah, probably. Because that's Activision. Because basically, I think it was the other way around, right? Like, Activision actually bought Blizzard, I think. And Activision was the slimy company, right? I think it was that, but they just kept the name Blizzard because that was more common and more popular. I think that's how it went. Because I'm pretty sure Blizzard needed to sell. And Microsoft is trash. Hold on. Yeah, they basically bought it. So they're trying to if you look at this, they're trying to frame this as a merger, like it was Activision Blizzard, but it's very clear that Activision bought Blizzard. Like, if you actually look at it, it's very clear Activision bought Blizzard. So yeah, Microsoft owns all of these companies, actually under Microsoft's umbrella. Sorry, I was saying that wrong. I'm sorry. I think it's under Microsoft's umbrella. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. I was saying that wrong. My fault. It's the other way around. My fault. Microsoft owns Activision Blizzard. I don't know why I said it the other way around. Of course Microsoft bought them out. We've talked about this before. I don't know why I said it the other way around. I need to get some food. That's the issue. I I had my my cranberry bagel with cream cheese, but I need to get some actual food here. So I should probably get off here and get some food. Um, but yeah, I mean, Microsoft is a trash slop company, and they have been sneaky and underhanded uh, in the recent years. Yeah, Microsoft owns 100% of Activision Blizzard, so it's them. They're trash. They're trash. Microsoft is garbage. And remember, I knew this. I don't know why I've been saying it the other way around. I even called the day that. Remember, I made a short. I called it the day that Diablo 4 showed up on Game Pass. I showed you guys that. Remember that? I was like, look, Diablo 4's on Game Pass. I don't. Just being dumb. It was just one of those dumb moments where I was just saying it wrong. So anyway, yeah, I should probably eat some food. That's probably a good indicator I need some food. So I'm gonna go do that, but I really wanted to talk to you about Steam, and really assure you that flat out Steam is not to blame. This is trash. Micro trash, micro slop, Trashasoft, however you want to say it. I like Trashasoft, but ever since I knew that apparently, like, I guess the CEO or somebody at Micro Slop doesn't like the name Slop, so that's why we do that, to piss off that dumb fuck. So, um, I really don't like Microsoft in the recent years. They're trash. And like I said, they even know it. They even know it because they're not developing games anymore, you know? That, like, they even know it. They're not the ones developing these games. They're not. It's Playground Games. And again, Xbox Studios is the one that's listed as a publisher. Remember, Playground Games are the ones that are actually developing these good games that I'm talking about. You know, like where we're playing decent games like Horizon 4 and 5. They're developed by Playground Games. That's why I'm boasting about the new Fable game. Cuz Playground Games, damn, they make a good game. Damn. So that has nothing to do with Xbox. I mean, they're probably just forking over the money that the company used to develop it. That's probably it. I mean, truthfully, Microsoft is trash these days. So again, there's nothing to do. I have nothing against Playground Games or anything. Like, they're phenomenal. I fucking love them. And like I said, Horizon 4, 5, we've played the crap out of this. I played the crap out of 4 and 5. You guys know that. Love those games. So, I even have, you guys know I even have the Hot Wheels DLC for the 5th one. Love that. It was an awesome DLC. So, nothing but good things to say about Playground Games. I think that's a real huge promise for Fable, actually. I think it's... Again, I've told you, I truthfully think for Horizon 5 had some graphics that are just unbelievable. It is unbelievable how they look sometimes. And for Fable, the Fable remake to be made by Playground Games, it's going to look amazing. So anyway, I'm not as concerned about it now. The little concern is just that they're releasing Horizon 6 in May, and then this one sort of in autumn. So just because they're so close to each other, that's it. But I have confidence, you know, like they've done stuff like this before, I think, and I have confidence. And like I said, Playground Games is awesome. So I have confidence in them. I just think it's gonna be awesome. I think that I wasn't even I wasn't even thinking about it until I saw that on the store earlier. I was like, oh my god, this looks... Because they have screenshots there. You can look at it. If you go and look at the new Fable game, it's on there. There's no release date. But you can look at the screenshots, and holy shit. It looks freaking amazing. Like, that's part of why I was saying that. Not just because of that, but the screenshots on there, too. So, it looks really good. Horizon 6, you can look that up on there, too. But that is a lot more information, because that's only coming out in May. So you can go look that up. You can... Actually, you can pre-order that now. That's already available for pre-order. So, definitely look that up. And I do think that's worth its price point. It's going to be an open world, huge map. Huge. Huge. Those maps are huge. So. Over 550 cars in this one. That's really good. Yeah, 5 was brilliant, so. I don't even think I would have anything except probably 10 out of 10 to say about... I don't think there's a single ring... Maybe 9.5, maybe like a 9. There's a couple annoying things. That's right, the menu. The menu's annoying. But I have to remove my own bias. So, 9. Yeah, 9, I think. Removing my own bias, I think 9. Just because, again, the menu is more annoying to me than maybe others, so removing that bias, it's still a little bit... It'd still be nice to have an organized menu. Please don't do the same thing. And they even removed the more annoying thing from 4 to 5. The most annoying thing was that in 4, if you were going across the menu, because the menu's supposed to look cool. There's a gigantic picture button in the middle, and then buttons around this. God, it's so annoying. And then you have to scroll from left to right for the rest of the menus. So, on 4, what would happen is sometimes if you were scrolling too fast, and like, let's say like you put the controller down or something like that, you were just like putting the controller down, by default your button's on that big picture button in the middle. So if you're just putting the controller down and you happen to like hit over or something like that by accident, or you didn't even, you're still selected on that big button. So if you'd accidentally push a button, now the game doesn't even ask you. In 4 it didn't. So they did fix this, but in 4 the game wouldn't even ask you. You just go right into like a tournament or something like that, and you're putting the controller down. Like you're getting up to get a drink or something, and now the game starts loading. It puts you into this like online thing or something like that, and if you back out of it, you lose money and stuff. It's just like, are you kidding me? All because you want the menu to look cool? So in 5, they didn't fix the menu, but they did fix this. So if you hit a button now by accident, it goes, are you sure you want to go into the... So at least there's that. Because in 4, they went just one button. Bam! There you go. God. So, glad they did that. But I really hope there's a different menu in 6, because I am definitely not the only one that doesn't like the menu. The menu is just designed to look cool. That gigantic button in the middle is literally just a picture, and it's auto-selected, and it's super annoying. Please, just give me a... It's like the Starfield menu. It's like the Starfield menu. Why is the Starfield menu look cool? Well, because when it's on start, when it's on pause, they want people's friends to come over and see Space Game and think cool. You know, because there's a spaceman and there's all this cool stuff around it. But as far as functionality, it sucks. Literally, it's terrible. It is possibly the worst video game menu I have ever used. Starfield. Horizon isn't terrible. It just, that big button is the problem. That giant thing in the, that is just, it's disorganized. You have all these little buttons, but then just this big one in the middle just for the sake of being a giant picture. It's not, I don't like that. People want organization in a menu so that they can remember it, they can easily find things, and don't accidentally press buttons. So, I'm just saying it's a game menu. Maybe not trying to, like, sell a product or something like that just because, you know, you want to put some ads in the... And then, that was the other thing, too. I remember that Horizon 5 actually had some ads on the map. That was annoying, but it doesn't... it doesn't really affect the gameplay that much. Just a little icon, so I can't really complain about it too much. But yeah, like on the map, you'll go to this little thing, and you're like, oh, that's really cool, and you go over there and you click on it, but it's an ad for a DLC. It's not really actually a thing. So, I mean, like, it's fine, it's not really that big a deal. You just go to it and you just oh, okay, you gotta buy that. Oh, okay. So, I mean, it's not that big a deal, but the Horizon 5 map was Mexico, and it was massive. Huge map. Horizon 4 was Britain. Another big map. But Mexico was massive. That was big. So, it'd be interesting to see Japan, what they do with it. Looks really good from the stuff I saw in the store here. Really, really, really like those games. So, alright guys, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get off here. I hope, I'm sure everybody understands. Everybody's sort of on the same page, but I hope that you get where I'm coming from. It's pretty obvious to tell that Steam has plenty of lower-priced games, and sales for you to take advantage of the games that are higher-priced when they're on sale. And again, things that are on lists will even alert you when they're on sale. Just not accurate to say that Steam is ripping you off. It's not. It's not Steam. So, just throwing that out there. Maybe look into why Microsoft has made it nearly impossible for game developers to develop a game these days and feasibly feel that they can charge $50, $60. Maybe look at that. Maybe look at why Microsoft is so trash. Because remember, everybody has to have DLAA or the one for fucking AMD. Super sampling. You have to have one or the other in order for trash Windows framework to not lag out and have latency problems. You have to. Because Windows trash framework, as I've proven and gone to exhausted lengths to prove, cannot allocate CPU properly. It sucks at doing this. And that is framework. It's all framework. It's just the OS not using your fucking juice properly. So why are they doing that? Who is stealing it? Why am I streaming and just, at various times my CPU usage for the stream software is 2 to 3 times what it should be randomly for no reason, no explicable reason? What the fuck is Microsoft doing? So maybe you should look at that. Maybe you should look into what it is they're spying on and taking and trying to do. Maybe that's what you should do. Because, again, this all has to do with the fact that developers can't reasonably put out a game and have it work on PC, but also work feasibly well on both consoles. They can't do it. Can't do it. Yep. Can't do it. Or you have to put a lot of development and you have to have Vulkan support. Your coders need to know how to use Vulkan. That's expensive, right? Yes. So why? Why do they need all this knowledge? Why is micro trash, trash is soft, micro slop so bad that the framework cannot handle using your CPU properly? That's what you should be looking at. So, that's my message about this whole thing. And it will seem weird at times. It will seem stuff will seem unrelated. It's supposed to. If there's a connection, there's a connection. It's going to get invested. You know, they don't want to look like they're the ones committing fraud, obviously. But they did. I mean, it's pretty fraudulent of Microsoft to acquire Activision Blizzard to begin with when they already own LinkedIn. Microsoft shouldn't own LinkedIn. They shouldn't. That is so criminal, it's not even funny. They have access to all of your professional profiles that you put out there for your jobs and your professions and stuff like that. Microsoft owns LinkedIn. So the same company that's slimy and doing all this weird shit with these games and stuff like, yeah, they own your social media accounts for your jobs. And they got breached. Yeah. And when you want to reset your password just to delete the account, if you can't get in to get in to reset your password and you want to just delete the account, you can't do that. They'll make you digitally send them your driver's license just to go in to reset your password, just to log in to delete the account. Yep. They'll actually do that. Totally illegal, by the way. Yeah, like you have legal authority to tell them cease and desist anything that you have of my personal information posted online. You are to cease and desist all operations of my personal information online. It's all I have to do. And they would have to lawfully comply with this. And meanwhile, they're like, oh no, driver's license. So basically, all I have to do is get a lawyer to sign off on a piece of paper that says cease and desist. And you're asking for a driver's license so that I can delete my account. Because you don't disable accounts. And remember, I was getting email alerts that like people were viewing my LinkedIn account, like viewing it, stuff like that. I don't use the thing. I thought it was deactivated. Yeah. And meanwhile, Microsoft owns this. And will let it sit there active. Anybody can see it. You can't log in. But, you know, if you give me your driver's license, then you can log in. What the fuck? fuck my driver's license have to do with confirming my, my email address? Huh? Yeah, so... I'm gonna digress on that and get out of here. I need food. But I just wanted to remind you that Microsoft owns LinkedIn, and that can cause a regular scam for you. So, just throwing that out there. If there's ever anywhere where somebody can just milk information, that company's at fault. So, I'm just putting that out there. There's plenty of privacy, plenty of encryption they can use. Absolutely. So, just putting it out there. Regionally speaking, there's so much encryption in the United States. Regionally speaking, our internet doesn't necessarily even need to touch servers elsewhere. Yet during this Trump administration, we have had way too much cross traffic. It shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be bouncing off fucking servers in Russia, and oh yeah. So I'm gonna get off of here. Thanks for watching. Steam doesn't rip you off. They don't. Microsoft does. Yeah. Microsoft's the one that if you have a free upgrade for Windows, nah. Nope. Because if you get a new PC, they'll lock your CD key to the motherboard of the old one. So when you get a new one, it'll just say not genuine in the bottom, so that way they can make it seem like a scam. And they can lie to authorities and stuff like that. They do this all the time. They do it all the time. And they lock your CD key on the old motherboard so that when you try to do an upgrade with your CD key from the old one that you're allowed to do, it says not genuine now on your new one, so that some scammer can sit here and use your old one. Yep. Yep, Microsoft does that. That is regular. Yep. That's a fraud. That's a scam. Because they advertise that you get free upgrades. So. It's just even one. Oh, and there go the likes. See, we're up to 10 likes, and I got it to start depleting again. Did you see that? All it does is for me to sit here and start talking long enough about real-life scams that have actually happened that nobody did a damn thing about. What does the FBI do all day? Jesus fucking Christ. That was a scam that happened like, Jesus Christ, like 15 years ago. That was like fucking 15 years ago. What the fuck does the FBI even do? Fucking Christ. Oh, and by the way, not to get political, but just for a second. Not to get political, but just for a second. Just for a second. They had a hearing on the Epstein files. I was just watching it not that long ago. They had a hearing. There was a hearing. Okay? Kash Patel was asked Kash Patel, the director of the FBI. He heads the FBI. Kash Patel. Totally unqualified, by the way. Zero qualification for this. But he is the director of the FBI. And there was a hearing about the Epstein files. And when he was directly asked about the Epstein files, literally admitted in the hearing, I don't know I didn't read all of it. I swear to God. This thing that everybody cares about. This terrible thing that was happening. And he admits in the hearing that he does not know everything that's in there. He hasn't sat here and read through all of it and gotten through all of it. Actually sits there and admits, I don't know. I didn't review all of it. I didn't read all of it. So now we know why regular people like me are sort of just discovering things that he should have discovered. You know, again, because they're covering it up. They're redacting it, trying to remove Trump. So hence why I can find stuff that probably, again, Kash Patel would have found and probably redacted. And I'm like, oh, this doesn't look too good. And this guy is actually admitting in a hearing, yeah, I don't know, I didn't... Fuck. What does he care? He's just the director of the FBI. You know, he's too busy on his private jet. That's what it is. He just wants to hang out on his private... You know he has a private jet? Did you know that? Bet you didn't know that. He has a private jet. Your tax dollars. Your tax dollars. And he didn't read all of the Epstein files. He's not doing his job. And he's at a private jet. So this guy's like the fucking fast food of FBI directors. He's like the fast food of FBI directors. Yeah. It's true. This everybody that's ever worked in fast food, that's how they act. They don't do their jobs. The GM lies and pretends like he does it better than everybody else. The person with the most experience treats everybody in that place like fucking garbage, does all of the work while treating everybody like garbage. Any good employees leave. Sound about right? Did I just expertly manage your entire fucking FBI? Should I go through that again? GM doesn't actually give a shit, pretends like he gives a shit, cuts corners, doesn't do his job. The person that does give a shit, does the work for everybody else, makes everybody feel like shit all the time because they suck. The GM isn't doing his job. And meanwhile, that person has to pick up a slack. So anytime any mistake happens or problem happens, oh man, this person's gonna just yell and scream at everybody and stuff because they don't make mistakes. You know, they're infallible. And meanwhile, you have all these really, really good employees. Nobody gives a shit. You have all these shit employees too, but then you also have those really, really good employees that will come in and they will work really hard for fucking 3 or 4 months and fucking leave. Or maybe they're there, maybe they were there for a while. Yeah, and now just because things are getting worse, because, again, the GM, so in this case that would be Kash Patel, is a piece of trash, not doing his job, paying attention to any of the problems, because that's his job. You know, his job isn't to stand there and bag food really quickly and grab fries and delegate and stuff. That's not the GM's job. He shouldn't be doing that. His job should be to pay attention to all the problems and deal with those. So when there's a ton of problems, what is the GM not doing? Their job. I know, confetti. I wonder if it's because some of the people that I worked with at the fast food place that know that they're possibly getting like some sort of like there's a lawsuit pending and stuff like that. I wonder if it's because some of the people that I've worked with at the fast food place are actually possibly getting sued by other people because of how disgusting, nasty they were. I'll be willing to bet, actually. I'll be willing to bet, actually. So does that sound familiar? Because it does to me. It's just like Kash Patel's FBI, where you have people just quitting, leaving. Anybody that was good is there. They're probably going to sue them now. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Kind of like just like when I work for a company, just to find out the company has systemic problems because you go to different store. Oh wow, now they've hired an even younger GM with even more problems than the first guy you dealt with, and now this GM is even more entitled and dumber, even dumber than the original. Because the original GM, that guy's not that smart. He's actually not smart at all. That's the problem. The problem is he's not very intelligent. That's actually the problem. So, like, he's a really hard worker, he's just not very smart. And he won't listen to people's advice. And then the other one, that was the problem too. And it's a systemic problem where they force a lot of the problems where the upper people in the upper positions, they get paid money to do nothing. I once reported a whole bunch of things that were going on at the new store that I had transferred to and stuff like that. All kinds of shit. Shit that was like actually like technically not legal and stuff like that. All kinds of stuff. And we're talking about a GM that was like typing insults in like communications left for other managers and stuff like that. Like just stuff you'd professionally never do that could get you fired first day type stuff. And this GM was doing it every day. And I reported this to district manager, I sent an email out about everything that was going on. And all they did was come in one day in force. That's it. That showed me they don't do their jobs. Because that to them is them doing their job. Intimidation. That's it. They just intimidate people. And yes, the GM came to me and asked me, "You went and reported me, didn't you?" Well, of course I lied. I don't want her to stand there and give me a problem while I'm on the clock and shit like that. Of course I fucking told her no. Do you have any idea that I could sue her? She actually asked me if I reported her? So you know that you harass people and do things that you shouldn't do. Do you know that when I wanted to transfer stores back, she actually lied on the transfer? She tried to lie on the transfer as to the reason why. She tried to lie. And I caught her in it. Yeah, and I got another manager involved, and I had them look at it and confirmed this was not the reason I was transferring. And he's like, "Yep, I will make sure she changes that." And I appreciated him for that. Because it's not the reason I was transferring. She's just fucking lying. Interesting how that works, isn't it? So they don't do their jobs. They don't actually care about properly managing. That lady was put in a GM position at like fucking 22, 23 years old, and she shouldn't have been. Just could not handle it. And all she ever did was brag about her new house and her new car. Because she's a new GM at a new store. It's a brand new building they had just built. And she gets it. Not the guy that's been busting his ass at the other location forever. Where we could have been a team together and we worked great. Not him. Nope. This random lady that nobody knows from a store and nobody works at Where again, she is a dumb fucking bitch that treats everybody like shit. And trust me, she's dumb. And she's a bitch. It's not a general statement about any particular female or anything like that. Just her. She is a dumb motherfucking bitch. So, that's Kash Patel. He's a dumb bitch. Treating people like shit. And all the good people are leaving. And the Republicans, just like corporate in this situation, aren't doing their jobs. They don't fucking care. So, what, you're curious about that situation? Well, all that happened was I transferred back to the original store. Because I'd rather deal with stupid and incompetent than stupid and angry. Because that's what I was dealing with at the other store. I was dealing with the original store, stupid and incompetent. The one I went to, stupid and angry. And the crazy thing is, the GM at the original store, not incompetent because they're incompetent. Incompetent because somebody didn't recognize their talent and promote them quick enough. So now this dude is just pissed. He knows he's never going anywhere. And he just rots in this position. That's it. And no, like, he doesn't feel any type of thing from the company where they're given back to him. Nobody gets to move into his position, where they take better control of the store, where they could have fired this other lady that treated me like shit all the time, realizing she doesn't deserve her position, where he wasn't willing to deal with her, but somebody else might have. I would have fired her on the spot. You would have made me GM, I would have been like, get the fuck out of my store. I don't want you here. You are to leave now. Don't ever come back. That's what I would have, literally, like, the first fucking day, I would have fired her on the spot. There would have been some ballsy changes first fucking day. Oh, I would have replaced her easily. I have plenty of connections, people that would have wanted those positions. Would have been easy. But you don't want somebody competent that's willing to make ballsy decisions. It's a chance. That's the bottom line. So, they don't do their jobs. The owners didn't do their jobs either. Half the time, they would come in and violate Board of Health issues. And I had half a mind to fucking report them. They don't deserve to own that. They're worth millions, too. They own fucking 30-some stores and they're worth millions, and they come in wearing their fucking sandals into a kitchen that you're never ever supposed to have open-toed shoes. They walk up to the counter making their own fucking food, no gloves. I mean, Jesus Christ, what do you think goes on at the FBI where you're going to hire Kash Patel, where he's going to do the same thing and he's going to be irresponsible too? This is going on in a food establishment where I worked, again, that long ago. And now, again, the analogy is Kash Patel is the fast food of FBI directors. You're supposed to recognize the seriousness that could cause for the rest of the FBI. Just like I just explained for this one scenario where it's a shit owner not doing anything about his stores. A garbage owner. Buying new Porsches all the time. He's got new clothes, he's got new Porsches, he's got new this and new that. Oh, and trust me, the stores look good too. The dining room area was the most expensive looking dining room area you'll ever see. They paid for that shit. Gave us very expensive looking... Actually, the shirt looked very similar to this. It was a very similar pattern to this. Very similar. We had the most expensive looking manager shirts. Typically you'd see like a white manager shirt, right? No, we had ones like this. Yeah. People really complimented them too. Yeah. So it was all fastidial. They don't care about how well people are doing and how good the business is doing. They care about how it looks like it's doing. So, these are not people that are happy either. They go home and probably don't. They probably have shit laying around everywhere. They probably don't. You know what I mean? Like their house is probably full of like the stuff that they decorate the stores with, and they're not happy. They don't care about anything. Everything they do is just about the next store they're gonna open or something. They're not happy people. They don't give a fuck about anything. So why the fuck are you doing it? At what point are you gonna say stop? You've made your millions. Now it's time to downsize a little bit and arrive in a middle ground where you can be happy instead of sitting here endlessly trying to... What? So, capitalism needs to stop. And I'm really, really sick and tired of this. And this is what's happening. You know, we're sitting here and aiming the finger at Steam, thinking that this is like complete opposite. And then conveniently, this is the same fucking fast food chain Donald goddamn fucking Trump endorses. Imagine that. Imagine that. Same fast food chain Donald fucking jackass Trump endorses. Imagine that. Meanwhile, this guy never worked it. He's there handing, he does the easiest job in the whole place. Mind you, we used to put an old lady on the fry station. I'd like to tell you, I hate to tell you, but we used to put an old lady on the fry station, and she could handle it just fine. She was good. She was really good at it. So the fact that Donald Trump did the fry station, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's real tricky stuff. Pull out the piece of cardboard, fold it open, take the fry scoop, go like this. Really, really complicated. Man, and let me tell you what, you see some orders on your screen, you better drop some baskets. Whoo! Complicated stuff. Complicated fucking stuff. Really, really complicated fucking stuff. And he did the fry station. So again, same trash company he endorses that everybody's starting to realize is garbage. Nobody likes. Yeah. The only real food they have is the Quarter Pounder. It's the only thing of nutritional value. And even that's crap. Like, half the time you get it, it's a greasy, fucking disgusting mess. They cannot promise. They cannot deliver on their promise. They can't. And you know why? Everything I just explained. Because that's what's going on behind the scenes. The employees can't concentrate. It's a fast-paced, high-stress environment where they make shitloads of money. That store that the store I just described, they make $3.5 million a year. That store. That one. $3.5 million a year. And they can't pay their employees more. Not to you guys. But to them. That's what I said. At a certain point, I was putting too much in. I spent all these years there, worked up through as a manager, pulled my own weight. I did anything. I did anything and everything. I used to work third shifts where I'd have to do everything in the store and clean the whole damn thing. Yep. And all they ever did for me was fucking 11 something an hour. Yep. And then I left that place making double that at a warehouse, not as a manager. Double that. Yep. And it wasn't nearly as stressful. Not even close. Bunch of garbage. Garbage. This country's going to hell. Why are we shifting the bitrate around right when I said that? Why are we shifting the bitrate around right when I said that? Right when I said that I made double at a warehouse as a starting hourly rate, double what I made after 5 fucking years and working up into management. Yeah, that's that pathetic. That's that pathetic. Yeah. And then when I went to the news store, I was promised a raise. I had to talk to the district manager and force him to do something about that. I had to tell him, you need to give me a raise, because you didn't give it to me. He promised me a raise to go to the news store. I said, will you give me a raise? It's further. I have to drive further. I was already driving almost an hour. That was an hour. So now I was driving an hour just to get bitched at by some stupid fucking dumb cunt that can't run her store. No, she's a dumb cunt. She is. She's a dumb cunt. Everybody that knows her knows she's a dumb cunt. Other people started agreeing with me. I started seeing the posts on Facebook. They were like, oh yeah, now I'm starting to see what he was saying. She's a dumb fucking cunt. So there was times where like we would, you know, the machine that makes the frozen drinks and stuff like that, the McCafe machine. I pulled that whole thing out and cleaned behind it and everything, and all spotless and stuff. And then she would literally write in the manager communication that that I didn't do it. Literally look at the camera and watch me do it. You can see it on the camera. And she would actually type in there that I didn't, and an insult too. She would say like, lazy this person. Lazy and then the name. Or there were times where there was actual name calling. So it wasn't just lazy, it was like times where it was like obscenities in there. I sent them, I took a picture of that and sent that. They should have seen that. I sent that in an email. And so this is them not doing their job. The fact that they would actually recognize a manager, a GM of all people, is literally verbally insulting their hourly shift managers every day. She's a piece of trash. She's garbage. She doesn't deserve that position. And furthermore, the day that she got all red in the face and screamed at me when she did something wrong, the regional manager, not even the district manager, the regional manager ignored it. So he has no backbone. He stood there and completely ignored it and pretended like he didn't hear it. So here's what I think. I think that GM slept with the district manager and they all know about it. I think that's what happened. So, that's the reality of what's going on behind the scenes that you guys don't see. And that's what I realized at the other place I went to. The other place I went to, after I showed up there, they had a manager there. Now, they took care of that. But that was what made me realize that. They had a manager there shortly after I showed up that they had to take care of, that was literally going out into the parking lot and having sex with employees in the parking lot. In her car. In the middle of the night. When everybody's there, anybody could walk out and see that. In the middle of the parking lot, the manager that was like the manager of like all of us was doing this. A woman. A woman. This is not a guy. A woman. A woman. So to think that this is a guy thing, no, fuck no. No, 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 no. The reason you think it's a guy thing is because women threaten men with sexual harassment bullshit. This is what they do. So then they get all afraid and they don't talk about it. That's why the women get away with it. Okay? She was having sex in her car with employees. At that fast food place, that GM and another employee were regularly talking about my ass. And I heard it. And it was regular conversation. And they admitted it to me. I swear to God. So inappropriate. So, anyway, when Kash Patel is the fast food of the FBI, that's what's going on at the FBI. Okay? Shit like that. Again, Kash Patel, the GM. Stupid. Incompetent. Not really. Yeah, incompetent. Stupid, incompetent. But not necessarily a GM, just stupid. And again, won't budge on their position on things. Just dumb, right? That's a dumb person. A stupid person is somebody that won't accept that new information that's better, okay? I love learning. So, and even I admit to being stupid. So that's a stupid GM, and then again, the employee that GM trusts too much, that they shouldn't, that treats everybody else like shit, that does all the work that everybody else doesn't do, that does pick up the slack, but again, that person, if they're wrong, won't admit to it, treat people like shit, drag the whole business down. And again, as these problems happen, because the GM isn't doing their job, they're standing there doing a job that other people should be doing, that GM does not do their job all throughout the day. And various things throughout the store don't get done. Because that GM is doing a regular position in the store instead of doing what they are supposed to be doing to fucking manage people in the store. Should be walking around and observing people. Always. You're the GM. You should not put yourself in the same fucking position in front of the menu board every day. You shouldn't do this. Stop. Idiot. Cannot believe that you waste time. All this, you get paid shitloads of money to do a position everybody else does. That's the one thing that manager said I agree with. That's what she said that was so demeaning to some of the other people. We are told to do these regular positions. The GM does get paid a shitload more money, okay? They should not be doing regular positions. The fact that the GM regularly puts themselves in a position to run the floor in front of the menu because they want to do that. It is easy to do. It's fun and it's easy. You get to delegate, you get to enjoy it, you get to boss people around. They enjoy doing it, so they do it every day. That's the position everybody wants to do. So the GM takes it, even though it's not their job. Their job is to walk around, observe, and take care of the rest of the store and manage it throughout the day. Period. They're not to be stuck in a position because you won't see these things as they happen. People arguing in the kitchen. What? Exactly the same question every day. Why? We're holding on reg meat. Why? Why the fuck would you even ask that? Are you dumb? Park the car. The meat's not ready. At why? Fuck you. Get the next order. It's right there, asshole. And then you're the stupid GM walking around the store. Oh, right, that's right, you're not. You're an asshole that doesn't do your job. And all you do is stress people out. And this is what you do, too. This is him. Look. Look. It's very aggressive and nasty, okay? If I'm making a sandwich and I'm sort of like in a pace, right? Like this is my pace, right? Like it's not slow, right? But it's a pace, right? This motherfucking asshole, he will come and he will literally body check you and go like this. And work unsafely fast. Unsafely fast. You could burn somebody. You could injure somebody. And this motherfucker has anger issues that he put on everybody else in the store because, yep, that's right, this asshole, yep, he's got problems. Yep, he has a divorce. He's got several kids. He's got several wives, I think. He comes to work and brings these problems with him, just like the stupid bitch that argued everybody around brought her fucking son with Asperger's and had him on the line making sandwiches. This is that lady. Yep, 40-year-old son with Asperger's and this dumb fucking cunt who makes light of suicide is again, just a shift manager like anybody else. She has no authority whatsoever, and she treats everybody like shit. Gee, I wonder if the GM and that lady and that dude should all be fired immediately. How much do you want to bet they still work there? Every last one of them. How much do you want to bet? Should we go through the drive-thru on stream? Should we do that? How much do you want to bet every last one of them? Last time I went through that drive-thru, I went through on third shift. And the GM of all people, this guy treated me like fucking shit. Every time I did something wrong, I got treated like garbage. Not corrected, garbage. And the smallest thing, like not wearing a headset for a couple of orders or something like that. Or I'm in pain and I can't wear a headset for the shift, so I just gotta deal with it because I'm in fucking pain. And this asshole that doesn't know anything about physical pain, you know, he's just gonna make you feel like shit. Meanwhile, you're making 11 something an hour. You're 11 something an hour and you're running this whole fucking store. Last time I went through the drive-thru, this GM gave me old chicken nuggets. Old, dry, fucking chicken. The easiest thing to do. And I even said, please make them fresh. I even said the one thing he bitches at everyone else about. If they say make it fresh, you make it fresh. Dirt to dirt to dirt. Well, it was third shift and he couldn't park it. So he didn't make it fresh. See if he does it. You should test him. See if he does it. He does this. This is what he does. He will intentionally get away with things that he lies about. I caught him with his bare hands touching beef, raw beef in the kitchen. Him and the district manager. And every single day, that motherfucker was running the floor bitching if I wore anything but the appropriate gloves. I'm wearing gloves to touch the beef. I'm putting beef on the fucking grill. Nobody cares. Do you care? You see me wearing gloves? You don't fucking care what the glove looks like. It's a glove. Yeah, okay, so I put the beef on there. Who the fuck cares? But no, you gotta wear just the right gloves. So this motherfucker would always do that to people. These gloves are so hard to put on when your hands are sweaty. And your hands are fucking sweaty throughout the day. Trust me. And then you gotta change these gloves every task. Every single task. They rip and they're hard to put on. Yet your hands are sweaty. So you're trying to put this glove on fast, right? Because you got to put the meat down. It's your fault if it's not ready. But no. They're garbage. And so when you try to put this on, it rips. Fuck. Like literally every single goddamn one. It's trash. And then this asshole that does this every day. Put on the blue gloves. Put on the blue gloves. Durr! This asshole just as easily comes around, bare hands, touches all of the meat in the box. They were giving meat to another store that needed meat. Yep. And then in bare hands, put it all into another box. Him and the district manager didn't wash their hands beforehand. They just came right off whatever they were doing. Bare hands touched all the meat, put it all in the box. Guess I should have called the Board of Health while I worked there then, so that I could have worked with the Board of Health on getting this guy fired instead of, yeah, guess I should have just done that. Yeah, I should have just taken his job, because I deserved it. Fuck that asshole. Didn't do his job every day. And I could have, at any point, had the fucking balls to tell him off. But I didn't. Because it was his business, and I thought, well, he must know something I don't. Nah. Not after learning the ins and outs and been around enough times, and it's been long enough now, I see the problems from the other side of the equation, too. I was never a customer, really. Till I was an employee. I never really ate fast food until then. Especially that fast food. Because that's trash. Yep. So yeah. That's the reality. Just like the reality behind the real reason the ice cream machine's always down. It's not actually always down. And people are wrong about that, too. I called that out a while ago. Everybody's like, oh, the ice cream machine's always down. And it's wrong. And all these people are making content on stuff they don't know what they're talking about. The most accurate one was the one that I saw that actually finally said why it sometimes goes down, but they were still wrong. So the ice cream machine is always down, not because it's actually in heat mode, which should be the reason. Because it is. It goes into heat mode where it cleans itself. So every night it must do this. So, like, basically past, like, I think 7 or 8 o'clock at night, you're not going to get ice cream. I think that's what it is. It might be a little bit after that, but it's timed. Because it has to do a heat mode. So it's down, you can't get ice cream. Try to get ice cream, that's just going to... It's not frozen, man. It's just milk, basically. So, it's going through a process. Okay? The problem is, people don't pay enough in that business. That's the problem. If they paid enough, people would give a shit. They don't give a shit. They would get more desirable employees that gave a shit. But that's the problem. People don't give a shit. I sure as fuck didn't. They didn't pay me enough to give a shit. I was lucky. I was lucky if I got through a shift without wanting to fucking punch somebody. Yeah. Another employee, not like a customer. Another employee. Customers were nice, usually. The ice cream machine. Really quickly, it goes down because they take it apart once a month to clean it. Okay? And the problem is, this ice cream machine, it's a really good ice cream machine, but it's made really stupidly. Whatever engineer made that machine, they made it on purpose to make that company shitloads of money. Okay? And some lawyer needs to look at that, I think. But that's absurd. And I'm going to tell you why. When you take this machine apart, there are these tiny little plastic parts sometimes, like a little rubber washer. There's like these little things. There's just so much shit you have to take out of this thing. You take the whole thing apart. What happens is, one stupid, negligent employee drains the sink. Because another stupid, negligent employee dropped all of the very small parts into the sink. Some of these can go right down the fucking drain. So you don't do that. You have a person designated to clean it. That person cleans it. The dishwasher does not touch it. Okay? These parts are expensive. If that happens, you might maintain all the parts and get your machine back up. That machine's down because they're ordering a part. And it hasn't gotten there yet. And I swear to God, if you don't even have this little rubber washer that's like that fucking big, that goes around this little plastic thing that goes in the center, if you don't have that one thing and you try to turn the thing on and use it, so stupid. That's why the ice cream machine's always down. It's nothing to do with the heat mode. That's an everyday thing. That's regular. It's down because they tried to clean it and some retard put it all in the sink and they just drained the sink. So now the manager comes in the next morning and he's playing process of elimination. He's going on the part list, trying to figure out what's missing. God, that's a headache. So stupid. So, in my opinion, engineering's pretty simple. It's very basic. It's just ergonomics. Anything works better the more efficient, the less parts you have. Why the fuck do you need so many little plastic parts for a goddamn machine that just turns milk? That's all it's doing. It's just turning the milk. Just turning it, and there's a little refrigeration unit in there. That's it. That's what it's doing. Mind-blowing stuff, I know. And this machine is this complicated. So that's all That's all of that business. That's McDonald's in a nutshell. That's the problem. Nobody has the balls and is willing to tell corporate and take pictures and prove it and all this stuff. That this stuff is way too complicated, and if you're not changing it, I need to get paid more. Even their Coke system. Like when you get a Coke from McDonald's, you get a Coke, it's different, right? Yes, there's a reason for that. And it's very complicated, and it's really annoying as shit. Yeah. Because there's problems with it sometimes, and then you gotta call Coke up, and sometimes you get a problem, and then you gotta wait for them to come out to adjust the machine and calibrate it properly. So McDonald's overcomplicates everything. Breakfast all day? Okay, alright, here's what they're gonna do. They're not going to properly do this where, all the stores are going to get an additional grill, and do it properly. No. No. Nope. Here's what they're going to do. Yeah, here's what they're going to do. Now, remember, properly you get an additional breakfast grill that cooks breakfast. That's how you do it. That's the smart way to do it, right? Because now it's all the time, so you want to get a more permanent thing, right? Yeah, obviously it's what you fucking do. Nope, here's what McDonald's does. They go for the broke-ass dollar store fucking answer to everything, okay? So the first thing they start doing is they introduce Teflons to the grill, where you're putting Teflon on the grill now. So that way... Oh boy, all that did was just skyrocket the budget for the stores, because that shit's expensive. And so then they got this little egg grill to help out with it, right? This little egg grill that sits on the side, right? And it's just garbage. The whole thing, it's just garbage. You try to use this little egg stencil thing that they have, and you do it exactly the way you're supposed to do it, but when you pull it up, it's garbage. Doesn't work right. The grill is trash. Doesn't cook It's just the grill does not cook evenly. They can't get that right. So this is just causing problems. You got to clean it. The egg stencil, there's no place to put it. This is the issue. McDonald's complicates things. You have all these utensils and stuff, but no place to put them. That shit will just be sitting on a fucking metal table. Just sitting there. Yeah, there's no place for anything. You'll be looking around for a hot pad, and it's just laying somewhere. There's no place for anything. It's completely unorganized. So yeah, that would have been the first thing. Organization and calling them out on their stupid bullshit. Making that store difficult to work in. And again, it's not just that one. Trust me. There are... That was easier than a lot of the stores. Everything's complicated. To clean things, they have towel buckets. Where they have to have these things pass a health code. Because it's a bucket of water sitting there. So it has to pass a health code now. You have to test it, make sure the sanitizer's proper, and then it has to have a little test strip on the top, and it's got to have a little date on it, and the date has, again, it's only good for X amount of hours, so throughout the day, you have to have a person now washing towels and filling these things up and cleaning the buckets every 4 hours. And there's a lot of them. And it's very time consuming. And because that's the point, if they don't do it right, there's still grease in there after they clean it, and you'll look at it, it'll be a completely clean towel bucket. You'll have white towels, but there'll be like some grease floating on the top, and it just doesn't... Board of Health sees that, they're going to be like, So, again, they're just dumb. They're not doing it right. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. That is not the right way to do that. That is just the dumbest way you could possibly do that. And they're never willing to budge on it. They just keep doing it the stupid way. Huge amounts of time wasted. just to fill some buckets so that we can wipe things down. Come on. Okay? Come on. Should be an should be, again, as far as the grill's concerned, should have been a breakfast grill in addition to the ones you had. Otherwise, you can't do it. Otherwise, not every location's gonna do it. You gotta you can't. It's so stupid. And then they took it away. You know, like, took it away because you can't promise it. It causes problems. Oh, wow. Imagine that. So, I realize I ended up on here for another hour after that. But, you know, you get me talking about... I got me talking about... I got me talking about the problems in the workplace. But it's true. And there's no difference. You know what I mean? They're all a bunch of Trump voters. Like, that's the problem. The problem is they're a bunch of Trump voters. So, like, it's just ethics. It's the fact that they would look at people like slaves instead of a person being worth something. You know, paying them what they're worth. And them feeling like they're worth that. You know, when that company that I worked for would constantly post overtime and stuff like that, the whole point was they were willing to pay double. Like, there's times where they were paying double because they wanted, it was like they really needed people to get this work done, and to them it was worth it. To pay the people what they were worth their time, and man, people loved that. They wanted to work. They wanted to do a good job. They cared because they were getting paid to. I think that's good enough. But these are definitely the problems in the workplace, and there's no difference between Kash Patel's workplace. You know, again, because it's just about ethics. It's about somebody being willing to accept that they're not giving people what they're worth. There are plenty of examples of owners that own McDonald's in other states and elsewhere, even in the state, where they pay their employees significantly more. And I know that because I've ended up talking to some people where they told me that it's completely absurd that I made what I made. I've talked to managers that made $18 an hour doing the stuff that I was doing, and I was making 11. Yeah. Yeah. And there was a lot of weird stuff that shouldn't have been going on. A lot of relationships, a lot of people talking about people. It was non-stop because that guy didn't manage his store. He would never just show up at a time that he wasn't, you know, like, again, he would stick to his schedule. He would never stagger it. For purposes of seeing that terrible second shift manager that would never get anything done. Third shift manager has to do so much shit, and then you don't schedule enough people on third shift. They actually schedule so little people on third shift that if I had a single call off, I had to close the store. Yep. They would actually schedule such a little amount of people that it was a security issue from a policy standpoint. So they weren't really supposed to be doing this. This is a very high volume store. And they're scheduling a skeleton shift on third shift. We got plenty of business. And then when I would tell that to the asshole dumb bitch that thinks she knows everything and bosses everybody around in the morning and tried to reason, like, look, we're busy. She would look at sales and be like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. I can see the sales. No, you weren't. Oh. So therefore I wasn't busy. So let me get this straight. If the store is busy throughout the day and it gets really fucked up and nobody has time to clean it, on third shift, I have to do that. Because you didn't do it throughout the day. That's called being busy, retard. Because you scheduled 2 people on third shift. 2. Me and one other fucking person. To clean the entire store and fill orders on third shift. 2. Very seldomly, I would actually have a third person once in a while. And even then, with a third person, that's not enough. That person should be just doing orders. I should be able to have an order taker. So that way I can have a dishwasher and somebody to clean. Because I'm up front, handing out those orders, cleaning the front end, doing those things. And the kitchen person's doing the kitchen. So how the fuck, when we get busy, is that order taker that's also washing dishes supposed to wash all the dishes in the entire store, take orders, and then I'm supposed to clean the entire front end area too, and the kitchen person's supposed to clean all of the kitchen? While filling orders too. Making things dirty while you do this. This is why I told you not to go third shift. Yeah. Because people do cut corners. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those tongs all gotta be clean, or that manager in the morning is gonna be like, why is there something in the sink? Why is there something in the sink? That needs to be clean. Why is it in the sink? That needs to be clean. Because we used it last night for burgers. It should be clean. Everything should be clean. So, this causes the people on the kitchen to, with their bare hands, oftentimes on third shift, just grab the patties out of the thing, bare hands, make the sandwich. You don't fucking know. Because this dumb bitch was doing this, it causes that dynamic. Where she is intentionally forcing people to do things a certain way so it looks good for her. So that when the GM comes in around 8, 9 o'clock, everything looks pristine, like she did her job. Except now, it causes these problems elsewhere, like on third shift, where there's just not enough time to get everything done because she didn't do her job throughout the day. And now, that's the point. Her job is to ignore the tongs. There's one fucking tong in the sink that has beef on it. Ignore it. That's your job. Your job is not to sit here and cause people to slave. You're dumb. So, that's the reality. And she would stress people out, and she would do this every single day. And that dumb bitch is the same person with her stupid fucking son with Asperger's on the line, insulting people, calling women bitches and whores. Just all day long. He's just talking about random stuff that doesn't have anything to do with anything. This guy will make up an entire story about how he's a cage fighter or something like that. Yeah. Guy that looks like he'd fall over if you breathed on him too hard. He's one of those guys who just doesn't take... His skin's red. You know? He's just nasty. He didn't take a shower, his skin's red. His hat's all greasy, his clothes are disgusting. But he's there every day. They're there every day. They don't call in sick. That's what it is. So it doesn't matter how much they insult people, berate people, treat them like shit. They're there every day, so... Yep. Well, maybe that's why. Maybe they're there every day because they get enjoyment and fulfillment out of treating people like shit, and you gotta let them get away with that, so that's why they're really there. Yeah. Kind of like the GM, younger than me, at the other store, that treated people similarly like shit. Like, she was always standing next to another employee really close, another female employee, whispering to her and stuff like that. Yeah. And this employee is actually just really not that great at their job either. And wanted to be, like essentially the whole point was, it was very obvious they had a camaraderie and a friendship, and they were sitting here, like, talking about people. Like, it was all gossip, and they were hanging out after work, and managers are not supposed to hang out with regular employees. So people started finding out about this. So instead of her getting fired and there anything happening, she just made her a manager. That's what happened. She made her a manager. Yep. Didn't know how to do the job. Sucks at her job normally. Like, she's plenty quick enough, but she sucks. She's nasty. She is mean to people. Yeah. And she often doesn't understand the value of being nice to somebody. Yeah, she's just a really nasty, hateful person. Really didn't like her at all. Yeah. She's really nasty. Like, basically, any interaction I ever had with this person... actually, this was the same person, the person she made a manager, was the person that tricked me to go to a party that I was not invited to, too. Remember how I told you guys I went to a party where I probably shouldn't have gone? But she tricked me into thinking I was invited, and the people there didn't really like me. So that's why she had me go. Yeah, she lied to me. She didn't think I would go. Yeah, and I was just trying to be nice. I was just trying to be like, well, maybe this will be the thing where I can finally get along with this person and be nice. Okay, fine. So I just showed up trying to be really nice to everybody. And no lie, this group of guys wanted to get into a fight with me. Yeah, just for being there. Just because I existed. Yeah. No, I mean, there was a rumor. They heard something, but it wasn't true. So, like, obviously they were hearing something out of context, yada yada. Yeah, I called their friend. So, again, their friend, that's part of this stupid gang, I told him his face looks like a vagina. Because he's an asshole. And he was treating people like shit. So I told him his face looked like a vagina. Yeah. So, basically, what happened was... he told this group of people that, and they just heard it like that. They didn't hear all the other stuff, obviously. That guy's an asshole. I mean, and obviously if he's telling his group of gang friends that want to, like, fight me and stuff, you know, that's organized crime. That's it's gang activity. So that's what happened. And they wanted to, like, fight me and stuff as soon as I got there. As soon as I got there. Yep. They didn't dare. I thought it was funny how they didn't dare. Yeah, they backed off. When they found out about the martial arts, they backed off very quickly. They became scared very quickly. Yeah. It was pretty funny, because there was like 5 or 6 of them, too. It was actually pretty funny. Yeah, they just backed off. Yeah. So the whole point was, it told me everything I needed to know. Where these emotional, stupid young adults, teenagers, early 20s, that were there, that were trying to get into a, you know, because that's the reality. I don't know how old they were. They were probably realistically 19, 20, I have no idea. And, you know, I just, like, they're just trying to get into a fight with me because I told they had heard that I said their friend's face looks like a vagina. It's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, why wouldn't they just laugh at that shit? That's actually pretty fucking hilarious. Yeah. I think that's a pretty funny joke. And if you knew the guy and you saw him, it would, like, just something about it's just funny. Yet these guys wanted to fight me because I said something. Yeah. And again, they don't know, again, that was my point to them. You don't know anything about me, you don't know how skilled I am. I could take all of you in seconds. You'd make a big mistake. And they backed down. I mean, they did. They clearly did. But the whole point is, none of that should have happened. And that was the chick that she made a manager just instantly, so quickly, instantly, just like that, because they were hanging out. Were caught. They were posting pictures online, and they were caught hanging out when they weren't supposed to be. So she just made her a manager. And that's what she did. She would do stuff like that. Irresponsible. And there was other guys that were there that she should have been the older person in the room. I tried to be. You know, I tried to just be nice and positive. Like, I thought we were here to just have fun and have a good time. You know, if anything, audibly making fun of each other would be that good time. Like, that's what friends do, right? Like, it's just a joke. Right. So obviously you get where I'm coming from with that, and none of that should have happened. And the customers can be malicious too. They can be. They can be, but not usually. I did have a guy, he got really mad because I had to close the store. Like, the store was closing, and there was just this endless line where people were just constantly, really, I saw them, I kept looking out the window to see what was going on. And the whole point was people were realizing that they were filling up the drive-thru at the time we were closing, so we couldn't close. And I kept seeing people, like, burning out and peeling out really quickly into the parking lot to try to make the drive-thru in time before the last car went through. So at a certain point, enough of this happens where I hear the tires screeching, I can see outside and see who's doing it. I'm closing the store. It's dangerous. I'm seeing a traffic pattern develop because of it. We're right off the highway. So it's very clear why this is happening. They see the arches. They know we're still open. They just get off the highway and they're used to going fast, so they really hurry up. Yeah, they put a step on it. No. And then this guy, he pulls in and he does this. He's like one of the last cars to do it because I obviously turned it off and stuff like that, so that way it would cause a problem. And the whole point was I wanted to tell him, like, look, we're closed. Like, it's obviously what he did, I wouldn't normally do that, but this guy, like, it was obvious what he did. And, I even saw another car coming after that get the clue. The whole point was after he had done what he did and the other cars pulled off, they saw the lights go out and they didn't even try to go in the drive-thru. They literally just accepted it and went around and kept driving. So they accepted it. This guy, man, he was pissed. He was like, I drove all the way here and you're closed. You don't close for another, he was like trying to say we don't close for another 15 minutes. And I'm like, dude, it's like 7 minutes past or whatever it was. Like, it was after. Well after. So, they can do it too. They can. And a lot of that would be them getting their order wrong, where they swear up and down that they said their order the way they said it, but really they're changing one little thing about it that they normally wouldn't change, but they forgot they changed it. Right? And so that's what it is. And I'll bet a lot of these people don't realize that we can actually go back and listen to the thing. I'll bet they don't know that. Yeah, audio in their drive-through, audio, video, it's all recorded. And there's at any given time there's several employees with headsets. Several people are confirming with each other what you said. So, you want to sit here and try to claim versus 5 different people wearing the headset, which is why you're supposed to wear one, that you said what you said? That's the problem. So, that was usually where that would happen, and people would get really, really angry that they made their order wrong. But really, we started catching on that it was a way to get free food. So, yeah. And I don't like what, like, McDonald's, like, that's the point. They started taking the food from people. And they waste it. They don't do anything except throw it away. But they take the food from you if they got your order wrong. They don't tell you can keep it anymore. Like, that was something they started doing differently because that was what we caught on to, was people were doing that as a way to get extra food. So, I understand that, but there's got to be a way to, so, just deal with that. So, anyway, that's enough. This is another, like, extra, I'm going on an extra hour and a half here, I think, so let's get off here. But it's pretty obvious that I have plenty of ideas that would have helped, and I know what's going on. It's just blatantly obvious. Oh yeah, right when I say that, we remove a like and we're mashing the emoji button. Gee, I wonder where the stalker resides. And I want to assure you, as much as you think that this is, just me making some stuff up and just saying some stuff, I want to assure you the state police were called for what you did in my chat. They came here. We filed a report. Just letting you know. So, At a place where I worked at, where I was pretty regular, I was harassed on a pretty daily basis. And then we see that happen. Again, obviously could very well be a scam to get you to think whatever you want. You know? It could be manipulative, just like we've seen plenty of times before. Or it could be a tell. And I think it's more than likely, well, you know. I already just explained about how a gang full of people showed up at a party that I was not invited to, that I was tricked to go to by this female that was made a manager that shouldn't have been a manager. Yeah, disgusting, right? Disgusting. Yeah. And that GM is still a GM. The GM that did all that insults people in the ISP. I even know what it's called. They called it the ISP. Yeah. So that thing, the thing that they call the ISP. Yeah. She would use that communication. And I had to literally type a message in there on what it was for. I had to educate this man. I had to type a message. Yeah, because she was using it to regularly insult people. It was just like a tirade of insults instead of actual communication. Do this, do this, do this. This is on the agenda. And instead it would be insult, insult, insult. And lies, too. Just like Trump. This person didn't do this person didn't do this, so now this person must do this and this and this, like calling, like insulting people and stuff like that. And then actually lying, saying somebody didn't do something they did. And it wasn't just me, it was other managers too. So, just so that you know, McDonald's doesn't actually care if you talk about them. They're all for transparency. They actually want to know what happens. What they care most about is that you don't wear the M. Like, don't go wear your old uniforms and stuff like that. That's what they care about. Don't represent the company. Because you don't. That's all. They don't care about you talking about stuff that happened in the past. They don't. If anything, that's just enlightening to them. Okay? And I promise you, I told, when I was doing my management classes in Philadelphia, I told a guy, corporate, what was going on. And he laughed it off. So, you can see where their priorities are. He really did. He laughed it off. He actually laughed at me. Laughed in my face when I told him that. And gave me a very simple question. Did you tell your district manager? Yeah, because I'm actually such an idiot that I would sit here and tell the guy that's teaching me management classes from corporate at Philadelphia about this without first going to my boss's boss. I'm that much of an idiot. Thanks for insulting my intelligence. Yep. Yep. I did. And it's pretty obvious he sleeps with general managers. That he kind of sleeps around and just kind of gets around. So, yep. I mean, he's a nice guy. I always got along with him. But that's the point. The point is these guys were for the ride. It's just like Trump. The owners of this throw big parties every year. And they pay for the booze, and they pay for all of it. And that fucking guy got so wasted. He was throwing up all over the party bus and all. District manager quality there. District manager quality. You got some problems, dude. You got some problems. Same guy that when he didn't show up the next day. Remember, we were worried about him from the party the night before. He was so drunk. And when he didn't show up the next day, we were actually worried and we were texting him and stuff like that. And, you know, he was so adamant he had to correct me on my verbiage of where he, you know. He was, like, really insulted that I told him he was, like, really insulted that I said something about him crashing at somebody's house or something like that. And like the whole point was I was just like he obviously cared. He was thankful that I cared about him, but like the whole point was just like this guy's got some problems and he's the district manager. What the fuck? Even I know when to stop drinking the night before. No. Those guys should have never been. That's not your boss's boss. Nope. It's the guy that hasn't left college. He's still stuck in college. Yep. Confetti. 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 Yep, he's still stuck in college. Confetti. Point is, he was like around my age now, I think, kind of doing that stuff and acting like that. And he gets that job. Him. He wouldn't do anything either. All that guy ever did was go around and fix technical problems in stores. I can do that. This is IT knowledge. What the fuck? He doesn't manage his GMs. It's that simple. GM at the first store, not doing his job. Period. GM at the next store, shouldn't have been a GM. Period. Oh, right. Probably slept with her. That's right. Yeah. If you saw her, she's not a bad looking lady. She's not. No. You'd think the same thing. You would. So that's why she has that position. Yeah. That's it. It's the truth. Attractive people get positions. Yeah. Just like I would have plenty of opportunities if my teeth looked normal. It's that basic. People are this disgusting. It's true. Same dude that was like 40-something years old working that line with Asperger's. That's not why he was stuck there. It's not. He was stuck there because he didn't fucking take a shower. That's it. That guy stinks. Anytime I was even 2 inches from, it's like, literally, that was the reaction. I would hold my breath. And I couldn't have a personal conversation. I couldn't have a close face-to-face conversation with him. Holy shit. I got bad teeth. If you think my breath stinks, this guy... I don't even know how to begin to describe it. It's like... It's literally like something died in there. Something crawled in there and died. And he's working fast food. Every day this guy makes sandwiches. Doesn't take a shower. Hair is a greasy fucking mess. Hat is a greasy fucking mess. Clothes look terrible. Probably washes them, so that's the bare minimum. Hat's greasy mess. He doesn't shower. Yeah. They don't even have an office there. Yeah, the other store had an office. They don't have an office, they have a hallway. So if you don't want to get close to the managers that work there, nope, you must, if there's a manager in that little skinny hallway, you're forced to put yourself between them and the wall. It's like a sexual thing. Yeah. So like I would always like face my body to the wall so that I don't accidentally like run into them. It's so weird. But yeah, like you seriously. And like what the fuck? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? So that every manager that works there must be forced to run into each other once in a while, pass by each other in uncomfortable scenarios where my crotch is at the level of your ass, where you're at the counter, and it's like this much room when you're going past him. Yep, so that fat fucking bitch that was in there every day could not go past her without running into her. Should just be shut down. Should have just been shut down already and reopened under different ownership. They don't deserve it. They don't. They don't deserve it. They can't do it. They can't keep up with it. Should be shut down and reopened under different ownership. Period. They should just lose all of them. They don't deserve to have them. They really don't. Disgusting rich faggots. And they never helped. They never helped. Ever. Yeah. The only thing the owner ever did for me was he thanked me when I didn't tell an employee that the owner was sitting in the dining room. That's it. Obviously, I'm not stupid. Yeah, I'm not gonna be like, well, that's the owner. There you go. Yell at that guy. I'm not an asshole. You know, like, I try not to be. And he thanked me for that. So, like, you care about your privacy, but you're not gonna run your store? And mind you, this guy, he sits in the dining room staring at his phone the whole time. Yep. I already told you about a test that we failed because another manager took over my position and did it improperly while I was doing it and acing it the whole time, and I was tired as fuck and giving my 100 and fucking 10-20%. I was beyond broken that day, and I was struggling through it and did it anyway. But that manager failed that inspection for us because she couldn't handle it. I walked away to wash my hands, and while I was gone, she didn't call for meat the entire time. And I came back to a completely empty cabinet. You can't instantly get caught up. If I'm going to wash my hands for several minutes, and you know, like 30 seconds to wash the hands, another 2.5 minutes to try to put these gloves on fucking wet hands, because they don't have anything for you to dry your hands. Like literally, I went back and she didn't call meat the whole time. And they tried to pin this again, like it was my position. So it looked like that, but no. She took over for me and didn't call it the whole time. You literally didn't do the position! You did the most basic fucking thing! And then we failed it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah. And we were acing it. We were nailing it with me. I had the record drive-through times. Me! Me! I did! Whole store! History! Period! Ever! I did that! Gee, I wonder, maybe we should listen to this guy. Fuck. But no. Now they don't have my talent. And they could've. I did care at one time. Oh well. The point is, that's what'll happen. And that's what happens at the FBI too. It's no different, okay? So, Trump administration, McDonald's, FBI, they're all employers of some kind. So, this is, it's really not any different on you know, kind of basic managing principles. You know, you still want to treat people fairly and delegate properly, and you have good employees, reward them. You have bad employees, don't reward them. That's the problem. They rewarded the bad employees, and the good employees took the heat and said nothing. It's the truth. One of my first days there, I was still in training. I had an assistant manager. He's another salaried manager in the store. Assistant manager's the other salaried manager in the store. Or they call them co-managers? I don't remember. I think they call them assistant managers. They're the other salaried manager in the store. I had him, the asshole with Asperger's, and the dumb bitch that I just explained is his mom. And they had me in the back room, in a corner. I was literally, the only thing between me was a wall and them in front of me. And I was cornered. And this was one of my first days on the job. And I was already frustrated with Steve, the asshole with the fucking problems. He was clenching his hands. He wanted to hit me. He was doing this. So I told him to go fuck himself. And I kept telling him to shut up. Because the whole point is, he was calling me, and he's not a manager. He kept calling all this stuff and trying to manage me and get it in my head that I need to listen to him. That's what he does. He pretends to be a manager. Yeah. And I had enough. I didn't know who I was supposed to listen to, but he was causing a problem for me learning the grill. And he was calling all kinds of stuff that I just didn't need, or whatever. And I didn't know who to listen to. And so I had enough. I was just like, shut up. You need to shut up. If you're not a manager, I asked him, I was like, are you a manager? And basically, like, he was like, no. I was like, then you need to shut up. I'm trying to listen to the manager. And he got all super pissed off. And, like, the whole point was I was new. I was learning the grill. And the whole point was I was overwhelmed and nobody was helping me. And they cornered me in the back room. And he was clenching his fists. Should just quit. I should have left right then and there, knowing how that was going to go. Nick was the assistant manager, in case you want to know who it was. It was Nick. Yeah, he was the assistant manager at the time. Incorrect. He shouldn't have done that. That guy always did things he shouldn't have done. Always. And he should not have spoken to an employee with them present. They're not managers. Not. That dumb bitch, she's not a manager to me. She is constantly wrong about people and berating people. She's not a manager. She doesn't get to boss people around or talk to people about their attitude or anything when she has an attitude every single second of every day. Nope, not once. She does not get to have that conversation with anybody. Nick, the assistant manager, he could. And the day that I walked off the floor, when that dumb bitch disrespected an elderly woman, treated her like shit, because I was done with it. I was done with her embarrassing people and treating people like shit. And I walked off the floor. The day that happened, the GM should have realized how bad it was. Instead, he didn't. He caused even more of a conflict. Asshole. Asshole. He's an asshole. He is. I mean, he sort of is. He would do these things that would kind of tell me that. And it's the same stuff I saw where he would care about something if it burned him, if it meant his job, like cleaning behind the fryers and taking pictures every night. I still have those pictures to show to my lawyer. But he didn't give a flying fuck about you. Yes, he did. I'd be making more than $11 an hour, and I sure as hell wouldn't have to deal with a stupid bitch I don't want to work with, and you wouldn't force somebody to work with somebody that isn't getting along with them. And he forced me into that shift every day, 5 a.m. to 2, the shift I didn't want, with her. I wanted a morning shift. Sure, who doesn't want a morning shift? But I will gladly take the second or third shift and not have to deal with that dumb bitch. Doesn't give a shit about me. Doesn't give a shit about what I'm telling him about her. Doesn't give a shit about anything I'm telling him about what's happening on third shift, on how to run the shift. Doesn't listen to a single thing I say. He never runs it. He never does it. And the one time he did, remember? He gave me old nuggets. Remember that? I told you that. That's the point. I went on like a third shift, expecting to get the guy that's really good at food. The guy that always works there. I was like, I'm going to get fresh nuggets. And the GM disappointed me. The GM wasn't as good as the guy that's been there since forever that will always produce good food in the kitchen. I don't know if he's even there anymore. He might be gone by now. But he always did a good fucking job on third shift. Always. Always. And that's why with him and I had a good rapport. Him and I had a good back and forth. There was nothing. We would run into some shit. If we had a disagreement on how to do something, I would just be like, I understand what you're saying, but I'm the manager. Can you please just do it this way for me? I understand what you're saying. He would. You know, it's that simple. Just respect people. Likewise, there's times where he was right, and I respected him. Where he was right about something, and I'm like, all right, you're right. Let's do it that way. You're right. My fault. We'll do it that way. I at least wanted to try it like this. You're right. Because of that mutual respect, because it wasn't like the dumb bitch, I could trust him. Isn't that interesting how that works? It's kind of amazing, isn't it? So this is why I've just taken a stance. I've just learned that, well, guess what? They're Trump voters. Yep. Every last person that I think is an asshole, at the end of the day, you know what? They are Trump voters, aren't they? Every last fucking one of them. They really are, too. They really are. Everybody I listed, basically. That GM, that asshole that has the problems, the asshole's mom, the dumb GM at the other store. Oh yeah. Every last one. Confetti, confetti, confetti. Interesting. Makes you wonder who's pushing that, right? Confetti, confetti. No, they are. It's crazy, but they are. Every last one of them's a Trump voter. Almost like they're treating somebody a certain way because they know their politics. And like I may actually have a real case of terrorism here. Organized terrorism on a civilian level. Where basically since, around 2016 or so, even a little bit before that, because of the Republican agenda, the terrorist Republican agenda, affecting civilians. Civilians regularly treat Democratic people that they've ID'd as Democratic voters like shit. Like slaves. Like they don't matter. And is it the other way around? Do I do that? Or do I just call him an asshole? And then equally say that I would care. And then equally say that I would, just like with Trump. I already told you, if that dude collapsed in front of me, I don't give a fuck if it's Trump or not. I'm going to try to resuscitate him. I care. And they're going to stand there, do this, and then kind of look up and look forward and be all awkward about it and do nothing. Which is what Trump did. I wouldn't do that. Interesting, isn't it? There actually was a lady that fell at one of those stores, and I did react that way. As soon as I saw her, I immediately... Somebody beat me to it, but, I got there as quick as I could. Those floors are greasy as shit. I could only move so fast. I would have ran if I could. I can't run in there. You can't. You have to sort of, like, slide your feet if you want to run. Yeah. Otherwise, you'll fall if you pivot. You will fall the moment you pivot. In McDonald's, you will fall if you pivot. I promise, because it happened. You look at the cameras. I fell. The only difference is I can fall on concrete and it doesn't hurt me, because I know how to fall. So I literally fell on my side. Like, I literally, exactly like that, I was pivoting. And I just literally fell, full force, right on the cement. Right in the middle of the night. My body was like, whoa, calm down a little bit. Like, after that, I got right up and kept going right back to work. But I did feel a little lightheaded. My body smacked against concrete very hard, and I just stood right back up like it was nothing. So yeah, I was a little, like, I'll admit that it was like my lightheadedness, my body was like, whoa. Whoa. Just slow down a little bit. And that's what that job does. Honestly, I wouldn't have got everything done. I felt pressured to immediately start doing my work again. I felt like I would have been yelled at. I felt like I would have... Oh, right, please, you fell? Oh, give me a break. That's how it would have been treated. So yeah, the lady did fall. And I think it was this. I think she was, like, just turning or something like that. It seemed like it, and she fell on her side, I think. And then by the time I had gotten there, somebody else was already helping her up. But yeah, as soon as I saw her laying on the ground, I was like, oh my, I did a double take. That was what happened. I did a double take. I saw something I did not expect to see. I literally, like, I was getting ready to, like, I grabbed this clipboard, right? We had this clipboard for the setup for people. And I'm, like, looking at it. I pull the thing. And, because I was a manager. And then, like, I'm, like, looking at it. And I sort of, like, look in the back to see where everybody is. And I look back at my clipboard. But that's when I saw it. Because I was already engaged in activity. So I look at my clipboard. I look in the back. And I look back at my clipboard. And I'm like, wait a second. What did I just see? And it actually took me, like, a second or two. And I was like, wait, was that? Wait a second. And then I immediately, as soon as I saw her laying, I dropped what I was, oh my god. So, somebody had beaten me to it, but yeah, just immediately moving as quick as I could to help out. But that place that would happen, it happened. People fell. Because their floor is awful. And they don't care about you, the employee. Now remember, think about this. How many customers fall in the dining room, right? You put a wet floor sign down. They make sure we clean that shit up real fucking quick, right? The trash cans are full. There's even something wet there. Boy, oh my god, if there's not a wet floor sign, holy fucking shit. But employees falling? We're not going to do a goddamn thing about that. We're not going to do a goddamn thing about that. If she would have hit her head, they would have. Yeah. If she would have hit her head, they would have. Yeah. Because there wasn't really much injury, they didn't do anything about it. Yeah. Pretty fascinating stuff, huh? So, anyway, I'm gonna get off here. But You know, there's no difference between like I said, Kash Patel, FBI, and all these other businesses lately, you know, and McDonald's and anything else that you see. It's a behavioral issue where people could have gotten over this, but now Trump. And now these Republican voters are even more justified with how they treat people. It's not. Like, yes, it's woke. Yes, I understand woke is real, but the whole point, the concept is what you got to realize is that it's just Republicans. It's just the concept of an evil person intentionally being evil and using the victim card. They're using that card. That's all. They're using the same card you legitimately use, except they're using it illegitimate. That's it. So then it ruins it for you when you try to legitimately do it. Make sense? Yeah, because they can't get away with it because it's not true for them. So therefore these things actually happen to you, and that's how they look at it. They just have a perspective where they look at it like that. I worked at this one place I worked at, this last place I worked at, a guy that worked there, I was telling him about anxiety. You know, I was just teaching him about anxiety, talking about it. And he actually told me, no lie, this guy, he actually tried to tell me, oh, that shit's not real. That's just something that people use to get out of doing things. Interesting. So all these doctors, all these people that diagnose people, all these professionals, these psychiatrists, they're just lying. They have no fucking clue. But you've got it all figured out. This is a way for people to just get out of doing shit. What the fuck? So clearly this guy has somebody in his life that's getting out of doing shit by claiming anxiety or something like that. And so that's why he thinks that. So as I'm actually trying to educate him about anxiety and the real things about it, he's just like, oh no, you believe that? Duh. Wow, dude. So because you're dumb, you're actually dumb. Therefore, it's not real. Just because you're dumb. Anxiety's not real just because that one guy is fucking retarded and doesn't believe in it. Totally makes sense, right? Yeah. That's exactly how you should look at anybody saying things like that. Where they are so quickly to dismiss the things that a scientist, somebody that spent fucking 8 years of schooling to diagnose, did diagnose, but this person's just gonna one-off excuse it as this. Okay. Yeah. Sure. So, again, the conclusion I'm arriving at is just that you're dumb. Sorry. I'm just arriving at that conclusion. The doctor is smarter. The scientist is smart. You're stupid. What? You actually think you're smarter than a scientist, a doctor that went to school for this stuff? Fuck. God. So that's where I'm at with a lot of that. Anyway, I'm actually doing it this time. See ya. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Steam is awesome. Steam should not go anywhere. Steam does not rip people off. McDonald's rips off their employees. They rip people off. They need an attitude adjustment. Not Steam. I just saw somebody remove a like after I said that. Just throwing that out there. Okay. Just putting that out there. I wanted to document properly. I want to get the evidence out there. I just saw somebody remove a like. So just putting that out there. Thanks for watching. See ya.